If you would like to support the channel, please consider becoming a patron on Patreon. More information in the description below. If you touch the tail, they say, you make yourself known to the devil. If the devil knows you, he will try to claim you. If you destroy more than you create, you make yourself known to the devil. You and your people. You are known to the devil. Imagine how our world would change if we discovered that the meteor that took out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago wasn't actually made up of iron, nickel, or rock silicates. It impacted the Earth going over 44,000 miles per hour, and it created the Chicxulub crater in Mexico. When all was settled, a crater over 100 miles in diameter was left, and at the center was a black marker, alien technology. Let's see what sort of world that would be. The true origins of the black marker are unknown and unknowable, unless the creator itself were to step forward and dispel the mystery about it. The black marker received and emitted a signal of sorts, and while there were different levels to that signal, at its most base, the black marker wanted to be replicated. But 65 million years ago on Earth, there was no intelligent life that could do that, so there it remained, deep in that crater for millions of years as the world above evolved and changed. But Earth wasn't special. Another planet was the recipient of a black marker. It would be known as Tau Volantis, a vast ocean planet, and 2 million years ago, its inhabitants uncovered a black marker, all their own. Via the signal influence of the black marker, this alien race believed that the markers were a source of infinite energy. That would be the marker's calling card, making those under its influence believe that it was an energy source that could be harnessed, a benefit to their society. They began to study the marker and worked to replicate it, going on to create countless versions of it called red markers. But why? Why did the markers want to be replicated? Well, the markers weren't the originators of the signal that they were broadcasting. The source was, these. The Brethren Moons. Sentient, intelligent beings with fully realized desires to consume life into itself, to create more brethren, expand their network, and be undying. Brethren Moon were born via a process called convergence. The creator or creators of a marker had to be present for all of this to work, but when enough life was under the influence of the marker signal, those infected would be called to gather around the markers, and all would be brought together as one organic mass which would mark the birth of a new Brethren Moon. Upon its back, it wore the husk of a planet that it fed from. It would connect to the network, and other Brethren Moon would arrive to feed at their side. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's vital to understand how this process is carried out for the stories to come. How the marker signal impacted the brain differed from person to person, or being to being. For convergence to take place, it needs to be in control of organic matter, but it doesn't need to be living organic matter, at least not in the traditional sense. The marker signal would cause a form of dementia. It began as headaches, bad dreams, insomnia, turbulent emotions. Then, as it progressed, a victim would start to hallucinate very personal things. Most common was seeing a long-dead loved one who would argue and manipulate them into compliance with the wants of the marker, that being dead bodies. The signal destroyed parts of a person's brain that it didn't need to accomplish its own goals. A victim would turn paranoid, violent, commonly attacking people around them before ending themselves. And then the next stage of influence from the marker signal would begin: reanimation. The marker signal changed the very genetic code of the dead. They became amalgamations of remade flesh with one purpose: make more dead things. More bodies for the marker signal to infect, more bodies for convergence. It was as simple as that. These necromorphs, as they would become known as, they were hardy too. The only way to really kill them was to dismember them. Even just taking off their head wasn't always a kill shot. And the transformation process from dead body to necromorph was quick. It left no time to dispose of bodies. An entire city could fall within hours. But not all beings were impacted by the marker dementia like that. There was another level for minds which were more compatible with the signal than the vast majority. After all, somebody had to be able to see the blueprints for the marker in order for them to be replicated, right? People who were able to see and interact with the marker code this way described it as being able to feel it behind their eyes, like a literal imprint on their brains. Some could hear the marker speaking to them, others were like its vessel, able to see marker blueprints and codes even when they weren't physically near a marker. It was through them that replications were able to happen. More red markers to broadcast the signal for the Brethren Moon. It's impossible to know precisely what happened on Tau Volantis, but this is most likely what happened there too. It can be proven that they started creating red markers, thousands of them in fact. But there were at least some amongst them who knew that the markers would be the end of their species. So, to prepare for convergence, the beings of Tau Volantis created a weapon. They knew there would be no escape, so this weapon would freeze the entire planet, halt the convergence event, and then pull the bastard Brethren Moon into the planet itself, effectively destroying it before it was fully born. They did this knowing that none of them would survive, but it wasn't for themselves that they were fighting. It was for other life in the universe. These alien beings also knew that there was a chance their weapon would fail to kill the Brethren Moon. So, they created a language of sorts, using sounds, and left it all around the compound, housing their massive weapon. It was their way of creating a warning for anyone who may find the remains of it in the future. It was a warning to not turn the machine off. Do not turn it off. When the convergence event began, their weapon was activated, and as anticipated, it did not kill the Brethren Moon, but at least they stopped it. This Brethren Moon was not able to connect to its network of brothers. No one came to aid him and feed as well. But the fledgling would continue to broadcast its signal in hopes that one day it could resume convergence. Earth aged and evolved whilst the black marker slumbered in the Chicxulub crater. Ancient Yucatec Mayans that lived near the crater developed a mythology around it because strange and dark things took place there. They called it the Tale of the Devil. Its stories were passed down through generations, and it told of a huge forked object in the ocean. It was what remained of a devil that burrowed into the earth so that it could rule over hell, but its tail got caught in the earth, and it's not known if the devil was still attached to it on the other side. For years at a time, the devil's tail would be quiet, dormant, but then, when the hour was right, it would awaken and its curses would begin. It would send their dead back to the shores, and the devil would enter their heads. To put the devil back to sleep, they would destroy its messengers, the monstrosity, the necromorph that it created. And they would plead with the voices in their heads to go back to sleep. And eventually it would, and the long cycle would begin anew. This was a story never shared with outsiders, but what was oh so very odd about this legend is that it was only ever told and remembered when the marker was active. Those exposed to it would remember it as though it was ingrained into them, yet if an outsider, well educated on Yucatec Mayan culture was to hear it, they would be confused as to the sudden appearance of this story. To them, it might seem a variation on old legends, but not an original one, as though the pulse of the marker made them all hallucinate the same story. Let's fast forward to the 23rd century. The world wasn't doing so great, to put it gently. Natural resources were being depleted, the environment was on the verge of collapse, world leaders were failing their people, and there was mass civil unrest. Corporate eyes were set on the stars, space exploration began, and new colonies were established on other worlds for resource mining. The sovereign colonies were established, a colonial administration that oversaw humanity's off-world expansion, but the mining process was slow, and hauling resources from faraway planets back to Earth, of course, wasn't fixing any problems quickly, even with the addition of shock-point drives that made faster-than-light travel possible. So, as would be expected of humanity, the resource wars began, which only brought humanity closer to extinction. We'll stop at the year 2214 and start this off with the short tale of a drunkard and a sailor. The drunkard was sitting at a bar and made the acquaintance of the sailor. As the two men drank together, the sailor showed the drunkard a tattoo on his arm. It was of a woman riding on a wave with the sun cupped in her hands. The next day, the sailor had to ship out, but the drunkard remembered the man's tattoo because the workmanship was fine. That's a nice story, right? Well, we move ahead about 2 weeks, and now we hear the story of a man who would be called the Prophet, Michael Altman. Altman was a geophysicist who found himself in the Chicxulub crater because he wanted to be there with his girlfriend. Ada Chavez was an anthropologist who had gotten funding to study Yucatec Mayan folklore on location, and Altman didn't want to be apart from her. So he pulled some strings of his own, and he got a position with the Central American Sector Resource Corporation, where he profiled underwater portions of the Chicxulub crater. Altman had been there for about a year when one fateful day, his co-worker James Field pointed out a gravitational anomaly at the heart of the crater. A month prior, images of it were completely normal, but on this particular day, there was a strange darkness shrouding it, picked up by both satellite images and underwater scans. At about the same time, a young boy named Chava walked up a nearby beach. As Chava walked, he spotted something in the sands and he felt compelled to go a certain direction towards a deserted part of the shoreline. And there, he found something that he didn't quite know how to describe. A large fish, the corpse of a drowned man, a huge deformed monkey. The mound of flesh flopped around on the sands and fear crept into the boy. But the voices that filled Chava's head continued to compel him forward. As he drew closer, he could see the creature breathing and retching up something that it was choking on. When it churned over, he could see that its skin looked flayed, it was oozing, their eye sockets were empty, and its appendages were sharply malformed. Eventually, the creature turned its head towards the boy, and he finally turned to run. He needed to find help. As the boy ran back to his village, Michael Altman simultaneously studied the heart of the crater, and his curiosity completely took over. Other scientists in the region had noticed the anomaly as well, and while his co-worker decided to just follow protocol and file a report about it, Altman just couldn't let it go. He vowed that he was going to find out what was going on, even if it killed him. He called every scientist around Chicxulub that he could track down, but no one could provide solid information on what it could be. His asking around caught the attention of someone, though. A man called him and told Altman to meet him that night at a local bar. Back on the beach, Chava showed the creature to his mother, some locals, and a witch. Amongst the crowd was the drunkard, who moved through the miasmic clouds surrounding the suffering beast to inspect it, but its noxious fumes knocked him backwards. A few men pulled the drunkard back, and when the man awoke again, he looked at the creature and saw something that he couldn't explain. On its arm was a tattoo of a woman riding a wave with the sun cupped in her hands. The witch, the Bruja, seemed to know what was taking place on the beach. She asked Chava if he had had bad dreams the night before, which he had. They all had, of the same thing. Being chased by a strange, stumbling creature, which seemed both alive and dead. She told the boy that these dreams were a warning, that something was wrong which they needed to set right. If they could not, it would be the end of all things. She performed a strange ceremony around the wheezing monster, and when her dance was completed, they set it on fire. In the end, all that remained were the charred remains of something that just didn't make sense. Chava walked the witch back to her shanty, and as they went, she softly spoke to him, but in a single moment, everything changed. Suddenly, Chava was walking alone, and the only tracks behind him were his own. He went to the Bruja's shanty to investigate where she had gone, but she did not answer when he knocked at her door. He was frightened, but also curious. He opened the door to her shack, to darkness and a metallic odor. The witch was dead, and had clearly been so for quite some time. It looked as though she had cut her own throat, but how could this be? He was just walking with her, wasn't he? All around her little shanty, on every surface, strange symbols had been drawn in blood. As Chava looked about in terror, he began to hear voices. Amongst them was the Bruja. The poor boy was able to break away from the trance, and he fled the shanty. Against his own better judgment, Michael Altman did go to that bar to meet his mystery caller, and that turned out to be a very paranoid, jumpy, perfectionist communications technician named Charles Hammond. And he called the anomaly in the crater a pulse. Hammond was here to set up communications terminals for an entity called Dredger Corps, one of the shadiest resource-gathering corporations in the world. If they saw something they wanted, they swooped in and took it, regardless of local laws or land claims. Standing in opposition to Dredger Corps was a good way to get oneself posted onto a missing persons poster. Altman had no idea that Dredger Corps was operating in the area. Hammond told Altman that his systems and all others around the crater were picking up the same electromagnetic pulse. It was weak and irregular, but he was certain that it was coming from the heart of the crater, under about 2 kilometers of muck. Hammond told his superiors about it, and their response was an immediate gag order, stripping out all of his work to ensure that he couldn't loop himself into the systems, and then coding all communications. And that just stoked Hammond's paranoid intrigue. He showed to Altman a digital representation of what was at the heart of the crater, a massive 2-parted shape, thick at the base, its segments intertwined with 2 points at the top. It was clearly not a natural structure, but that didn't mean that it was man-made. Hammond had intercepted calls between Dredger Corps higher-ups, and they were questioning if the object was alien technology. He brought all of this to Altman because, well, he was the only one really asking questions about it, and Hammond did not want a discovery like this to be suppressed. The two of them talked for a while, and after Altman departed, Hammond remained to drink a bit more and think things through. He wondered if telling Altman was the right thing to do, if a recorder had been implanted in his skull, if someone was reading his thoughts. Why did his head hurt so bad? It had been throbbing for days. Was somebody recording his brainwaves? When Hammond snapped out of his thought loop, hours had passed and the bar was closing. As he walked home in the dark, he couldn't help but notice that as he walked, a strange sound accompanied his steps. And it stopped when he did. Someone was following him. Hammond called out to whoever was following him, and 3 men appeared from the shadows. They were with Dredger Corps, and they just wanted to talk, they said. Hammond drew a knife on them. Illogical panic completely took over, and he started swinging. Knowing that there was no way that he was going to escape from these 3 men, Hammond did the only thing that he believed that he could. He cut his own throat. The 3 men who wanted to speak with him were stunned at the very sudden display. They were right violent bastards, but truly they just intended to talk to Hammond. They hightailed it away from the scene, all 3 of them remarking that, God, their heads really hurt. In the coming days and weeks, Dredger Corps higher-ups set into motion plans which would change the trajectory of mankind. Taking the lead in this was a terrifying man named Craig Markoff. He was ruthless, smart as hell, former military, and had no qualms with the immoral. A massive sea base traveled to the crater, self-enveloped in mists and clouds to prevent it from being spotted at a distance. It was decided that a prototype submarine would be used to descend through the waters down to the signal source. The 2 men who would do it were Hennessy and Dantec. Hennessy was a marine biologist and submarine expert. Dantec was a former soldier with a 1,000-yard stare and an eagerness to kill his problems or irritants. Dantec didn't hurt Hennessy, though. The 2 men made several practice descents in the submarine, and it seemed like each time they did, their headaches got a little worse. In fact, everyone near the crater was experiencing headaches, bad dreams. They would sometimes hear things with no source. Finally, the order came down for Dantec and Hennessy to fully descend to the bottom of the crater to dig out whatever was down there. It was estimated to take between 4 and 5 hours to reach it. Things started off as normal, but at least for Hennessy, the smaller and more meek of the 2, it felt like every minute was worse than the last. His headache crescendoed and he began to feel claustrophobic. His thought process started making less and less sense. Dantec noticed his odd laughing and his sweating, even once putting his hand around Hennessy's neck to demand that he stop it. 1,000 meters into their journey, Hennessy started to hear something, but asking Dantec if he heard anything just earned him a punch to the side of the head. At 2,000 meters, he could tell that he was hearing voices, but he was too paranoid and afraid to tell Dantec anything. At the halfway point, his head pain caused him to physically recoil, and he could see that Dantec was experiencing it as well, though the soldier refused to comment on it. Hennessy became paranoid, yet he understood that he was panicking and he tried to control himself. But then he realized that he recognized one of the voices in his head. When they reached the bottom of the crater, Dantec demanded to be the one operating the drill, despite Hennessy being the one trained for it. They had to dig to get to the construct in the water, and Hennessy really couldn't stop Dantec, so the smaller man just sat and fell deeper into his reality break. He tried to ignore it, but the voice said to him that before they were done, he would listen. The power went out in the submarine, and for a few terrifying minutes, the men were trapped in pure darkness. But suddenly Hennessy, on the other side of a porthole, saw a face. It was the face of the voice that he had been hearing, his brother, Shane, who had been dead for years. Shane asked Hennessy to invite him into the submarine and to not worry about Dantec because he was just a big bully that needed to be put in his place. Hennessy invited his dead brother in, and the power immediately kicked back on. Hennessy spoke with his brother in whispers so as not to alert Dantec to Shane's presence, but the soldier noticed that suddenly Hennessy was calm and he was incessantly whispering, which was getting to him. Shane asked Hennessy if he was sure that they should be down here messing with this thing. The dead man says that it's called a black marker, and it's a mistake to tamper with it. They need to leave it alone. Dantec was cutting a sample piece out of the side. He needed to be stopped. They needed to get rid of him. When the submarine's laser cutter began its work on the black marker, the both of them were hit by head pain so severe that Hennessy started screaming and Dantec lost his vision temporarily. Shane became more assertive, telling Hennessy that they had to stop what they were doing, leave the marker alone. They had to resist something called convergence. Hennessy began to verbally explode at Dantec, who actually became afraid of the much smaller man. He tried to reassure Hennessy that they were almost done and they would leave very soon, but as soon as Dantec turned away, Hennessy began beating him with a metal bar and he didn't stop. As Dantec died, he saw familiar faces in the submarine, men that he had served with during the moon skirmishes, men that he had killed so he could take their oxygen tanks, men that were once his friends, his comrades. Each one of them went to Dantec to suck the breath out of his mouth. When the last man took his breath, finally Dantec died. It took a few minutes of silence for Hennessy to realize what he had done. He couldn't believe it. Denial set in. But if he hadn't done it, then who had? His dead brother reappeared and told Hennessy that he needed to warn everybody about the marker and its whispers. For some reason, part of Hennessy was resistant to its all-consuming thrall. It manifested as somebody who warned him against tampering with the black marker. Shane commanded one more time that he tell everybody that they should not listen to the marker, and then he vanished. An explosion of light hit Hennessy, another resurgence of intense head pain, and then inspiration. He could see behind his eyes symbols, and he knew that he had to write it down. He had to share it with the world. He used Dantec's blood as ink and began to cover every surface of the submarine with the symbols of the black marker. When his task was complete, he recorded a video log of himself with a nonsensical message to resist convergence, but an opposing voice struggled within as well, and it had the final say in Hennessy's message. He said that they needed to understand the black marker, study it, learn from it, not destroy it. He had a moment of lucidity before the end. He realized that he was still at the bottom of the crater and that there wasn't enough oxygen left to make it back to the surface. Hennessy knew that something had overtaken him, used him, controlled him, made him do all these things. He fell unconscious and soon after died. Hennessy's video was transmitted out as a general broadcast, but because it was so deep in the crater and technically buried, people only got tiny bits and pieces. Dredger Corps higher-ups compiled all of the videos, but it wasn't cohesive. Efforts were put into motion to stop the spread of the video clips, to silence anyone who got too invested. One of those investigated was Michael Altman. After a phone call in the middle of the night asking Altman if he had intercepted a particular transmission, he began sending emails to colleagues, explicitly stating what he had experienced and asking what they knew. They all rallied and shared information, one of the scientists even stating that he had tracked the source of the transmission to the dead exact center of the crater where the anomaly was occurring. So Altman compiled all transmission videos of Hennessy that he could get and sent a message to every scientist he could get an address of, and he titled it Dredger Corps' Illegal Doings in Chicxulub. Last words from a submarine tunneled deep into the heart of the Chicxulub crater, a retrieval mission gone wrong. Even in 2214, clickbait will still be king. Ada Chavez, Altman's beloved girlfriend, expressed strong disapproval of his actions. She repeatedly asked him to not get into trouble, to not push his luck, to be careful and just stay out of danger. But he wouldn't listen. His need for answers compelled him to kick a proverbial hornet's nest. But one night, Ada brought a boy to their home, Chava. The boy had told Ada a troubling story, one that she wanted Michael to hear. He talked about something that he had found, but didn't have a name. It was like a man, but not a man. Like a balloon, but not a balloon. And after the Bruja, the witch, performed a ceremony on this thing he called a flea from the tail of the devil, he found the old woman dead. She'd been dead for days, but she helped them anyways. When Altman expressed confusion over Chava's story, the boy approved. These were questions that he had too. And like Altman, he wanted his curiosity satisfied. Chava took them both to the beach where he had found the suffering creature, where now only charred remains were. It clearly wasn't human, yet it had arms and legs like one, just in all the wrong places. It didn't make sense to them. They walked Chava back home and stopped to have a drink at a local bar. They argued a while about Michael's involvement and his obsession with all of this, but their night was interrupted by the drunkard. Ada knew the man. He was one of the few people that she could convince to talk to her. He told her stories and local legends in exchange for liquor. The drunkard told Michael of what he saw on the beach, of the creature, and of local legends about the tail of the devil. The tattoo on its arm has made him question everything, but what was undeniable was that something beyond humanity was at play here. Altman and a few of his cohorts decided that they were going to go public with everything they knew. They would write up their findings and submit it to the North American Sector Science Foundation, requesting that they investigate what was taking place here. They requested grants from as many organizations as they could for funding to excavate what was at the center of the crater. This would also bring attention to Dredger Corps' activities, passively making them whistleblowers. Before they received their answers, a very frightening man appeared at Altman's door in the middle of the night. Craig Markov himself, one of the head figures of Dredger Corps. Markov very simply told Altman that his grants had been pulled, and activities here were now classified. The investigation Altman wanted would now be a military matter. He had been outplayed in every way. Markov made it very clear that he could and would have Altman beaten or killed if he was defiant, and asked the scientist what he thought was taking place in the crater. And he wasn't given a choice on the matter. He had to answer. So Altman laid out theories and ideas that what was in the crater was perhaps alien, which, if true, raises currently unanswerable questions. Where did it come from? Who was it transmitting to? And why? Rather than have Altman disposed of, Markov forced him onto their teams, alongside a number of other scientists from around the region who were far too clever for their own good. To keep Altman in line, Markov was going to bring Ada along as well, and he made it quite clear that her safety depended on Altman's cooperation. The Chicxulub scientists were taken to Dredger Corps' floating sea fortress, which was now en route to the center of the crater. All were assigned tasks, with no one being granted too much information on any particular topic. Altman made a friend at the station, a submarine pilot named Jason Hendricks, who worked alongside a perpetually intoxicated man named Edgar Moresby. The mission of Hendricks and Moresby was retrieval. Eventually, they would take a bath escape down into the crater to get the other submarine that was still stuck down there, which had the bodies of Dantec and Hennessy in it. Altman and Hendricks were two weird peas in a pod. They even managed to get Markov to allow Altman to accompany Hendricks on test dives. Eventually, Altman became a damned good co-pilot, and that paid off when one day Markov decided that it was time for a deep dive test. Edgar Moresby was so intoxicated that he was stumbling. When nobody was watching, Moresby fell from a lift and broke his neck. So Hendricks and Altman did the test dive successfully, and they became the bath escape team. The floating fortress arrived at its destination about a week later, and for a long while, the transmissions had stopped. Whatever was at the heart of the crater had been silent. But during another test dive, Altman and Hendricks picked it up. It was faint and inconsistent, but the signal was back. Hendricks felt strange at about 2,000 meters down. He described it as feeling like a premonition, but Altman felt no such thing. Regardless, Hendricks passed a psych eval and was kept on as the bath escape pilot. At the next dive, they went even deeper. Hendricks seemed fine until they hit about 2,700 meters. He started sobbing, told Altman that he didn't want to die down here, that they weren't meant to be down here. Altman slowed, but he didn't halt the descent. He refocused his friend on taking readings of the transmission, but when they reached the bottom of the crater where remote-operated vehicles were digging, Hendricks told Altman that his father was outside. Altman did his best to placate Hendricks, to play along, noticing that his hallucinations began when the pulse became stronger. Hendricks said that his father wanted to come inside. When Altman told him that that was a bad idea, Hendricks attacked him and then started pounding the porthole with his fists. Altman just barely managed to subdue and tie up his friend. Before he started the bathyscape's ascent, something in the waters caught his eye. It was like a sheet of billowing flesh moving through the waters. He nudged it with the bathyscape, and it tore apart and then reconstructed back together. A sample of the strange tissue remained on the exterior of the submarine, and Altman wanted a sample of it. He started the bathyscape's ascent and prepared for his next series of moves. At about 1,700 meters, he finally got Markov on the line, and he told him honestly what had happened, of course omitting the fleshy substance attached to the exterior. He would need a distraction at the surface so that he could swipe the tissue, so he decided to use his friend. When the sub surfaced, he untied and woke up Hendricks and told him that he had abandoned his father in the crater. Hendricks had a complete mental breakdown and he attacked Altman again. When the sub door opened, everyone focused on controlling Hendricks. His maddened screaming helped take the attention away from Altman, who quickly swiped the tissue with no one the wiser. Altman was taken for debriefing with Markov, and Hendricks was sent to medical. When he awoke much later, he attacked and killed a nurse using his teeth and brute force. His father appeared to him again, ordered him to tell everyone to leave the marker alone to avoid convergence. He vowed that he would, but when Hendricks left his room, he was immediately shot dead by security. Once through his conversations with Markov, Altman got that tissue sample to a few of his peers for study. It was a living specimen, something completely alien and unexplainable. The insomnia, headaches, and nightmares amongst the crew on the station were rising. It seemed everyone was suffering in some way. Suicide rates were skyrocketing, Ada continued to oppose Michael's actions and theories, and all of it drove a wedge between them. Markov ordered that the dives continue until they got the other submarine back to the surface, with Altman now as the primary pilot. Anyone who went with him had to be strapped into their chair, and he was given a dart gun with sedative ammunition. The first dive ended when the co-pilot tried to break restraints and attack Altman. The second dive was with the ship's psychologist, Stevens, and much like Michael Altman, Stevens wasn't really affected by the marker. Sure, they both had headaches, nightmares, and insomnia, but Stevens was all right during their descent. So they went ahead with the retrieval of the other submarine. The two of them made it to the bottom of the crater with no incidents. They saw down there what all should have dreaded and feared: the tail of the devil. Symbols decorated the entirety of the intertwining arms, visible off the lights even in the darkness of the depths. They filmed all around the structure and found the other submarine. Shining a light on it, they could spot the bloody decor on the inside. They hit it with a pulse to knock it free from the rock and muck it was stuck in, and the two submarines began to rise. When they reached the floating fortress above, Altman noticed that there was a piece of rock in the core sampler of the other submarine. Dantec and Hennessy had taken a piece out of that massive structure in the water. Everyone was enthralled by the gory scene inside the sub, so he managed to lift it and make an exit before anyone noticed. What Dredger Corps discovered inside that bathyscape was kept secret. What information was given out was only in tidbits and to certain personnel. Altman kept secret and studied the rock sample he'd swiped. It was extremely hard with unnatural mineral veins, as though it had been manually manipulated to be this way. But what could possibly allow someone to manipulate solid rock like this? Gradually, he was able to gather enough intel about the bloody bathyscape and future plans to piece together that they were going to bring the massive construct in the crater up to the station. Faculty health and morale truly began to take a nosedive. Widespread paranoia, people hallucinating and seeing visions of dead relatives. Some would enter trances and mumble about convergence. There was a panic in the air. The next dive that Altman took was with someone from Markov's inner circle, and it didn't go well. The man broke his restraints very suddenly. Either he or somebody else had beforehand cut the fabric. The man wailed about needing convergence, asked Altman why he didn't hear it calling. He ended up using the trank gun on Altman, and when he finally woke up, he found the man trying to open the sub's hatch. Altman overtook him, disabled him, and realized that there wasn't enough oxygen left for them both to reach the surface. So, Michael Altman choked his once attacker to death. Altman recorded an SOS, a final message to Ada, and slumped in his chair. The dead man next to him started moving, and then talking. He said that he needed Michael to understand something, and then lunged at him, choked him into a blackout. When Altman awoke, his hands were wrapped around the corpse's neck. He was beginning to hallucinate as well, and then he saw Ada's dead mother, though her presence was far more of a comfort. She said that Michael needed to stop coming near this thing, this marker, she called it. He needed to forget about it, leave it here. He must deny it convergence, though her description of it was more confusing than enlightening. When she vanished, so too did his consciousness. Altman somehow survived the ascent back to the ship, barely. He began seeing dead from his past as well, appearing to tell him about unity and convergence. He told Ada about seeing her dead mother, and that deeply affected her. She asked, "Why you? Why not me?" She awoke in the middle of the night to tell Michael that she had finally seen her mother and she was ecstatic, but soon that turned to depression. She wanted her mother to always be there. She said that she needed her back. It became an obsession for Ada. She refused to believe that her mother wasn't real. The two of them argued over it, and it became a serious point of contention between them. Religious meetings began taking place in secret, with believers preaching the unity of the marker to others. The station quickly split into believers and non-believers. Ada sided with the believers and repeatedly tried to convince Michael to listen to her. He could feel that their relationship was in the process of dying. One night, Altman's old co-worker, James Field, came to visit him in his private quarters. Field had become a fervent believer in the marker, and he begged Altman to be their prophet. He had been near it. He understood it better than anyone. It had chosen him to live while others had died, and they believed that it had conversed with Altman. Michael was of course taken aback and he rejected this request, but Field repeatedly said that his reaction was just a test of their faith. Altman may not be ready now, he reasoned, but reluctant or not, he would be their prophet, for he had seen it in a vision. The marker was eventually brought to the surface, and Michael Altman was blocked out from the process by Markov himself. In fact, he was soon to be shipped out. Dredger Corps was done with him. Altman may not have been a believer, but he was nigh obsessed with the marker, and he began scheming a way to get closer to it. He would use the fanatics, convince them to create a distraction so that he could get close to it. He manipulated Field by telling him that the marker wanted Altman to get close to it, to see it. He showed Field the sample of the marker that he had swiped from the first submarine and told him that the marker wanted to be made whole again. They were able to get him a few minutes in the chamber where the marker was held. He made a brief recording of it and decided that he would go public with everything he knew, but it would be difficult to do because Michael and Ada were both going to be removed from the floating facility and returned to land, but delivered to a nearby Dredger Corps compound where they would be monitored. A few days later, worshippers forced their way into the marker chamber, which resulted in a firefight between the believers and security. It resulted in several injuries, 4 dead, and dozens imprisoned. The marker began transmitting again very soon after. The entire region could feel it via massive headaches and escalated psychological symptoms. Michael and Ada were able to escape the compound and trek back to North America, and once relatively safe in Washington, D.C., Altman contacted the press and told them as much as he could without sounding insane. Their response was perhaps not what he expected. There was doubt, questions of paranoia, and Ada's presence didn't help. She was obsessed with seeing her mother. If she spoke to the press, he would lose all credibility. Media outlets saw Michael Altman as a curiosity, but not as a respected scientific figure. Yet there were murmurs of public opinion favoring Altman's disclosure. Dredger Corps went into damage control immediately. Altman and Ada were both found and taken into their custody again, but kept separate. Ada was killed in secret, but threats of violence against her were used to keep Altman under control. For a while, he was tortured. Then it was decided that he would be used to control the believers in the facility, who had become more hostile by the day. Michael tried to tell them that if the marker was transmitting its signal again, then a gaggle of fanatics was the least of their concern. He was released with orders to keep the marker worshippers under control, and as a sign of good faith, he was allowed access to the marker itself. For a few days, Altman listened to the believers. Then he began compiling data on the marker. He came to believe that it was not here for the betterment of mankind, but who or what it was here to directly benefit escaped him completely. While speaking with the psychologist Stevens, they theorized that convergence was the destruction of the individual into a larger single being, perhaps like an insect colony hive mind. It would mean the end of humanity, and Altman proclaimed that they had to stop the marker. It was a believer who first suggested that the marker was transmitting mathematical codes that symbolized DNA. Another of them, a radio astronomer named Grote Guth, next offered that the transmission was a sequence of genetic code, which was not quite human but similar. Grote believed that the marker recorded an archived human DNA, and that the pulse it was transmitting was meant to change the genetic structures in existing organisms, but to something entirely not human. Grote and his team used the transmission code to create a synthetic version of it. To excuse away the terrible effects and the frighteningly unknowable nature of convergence itself, Grote believed that this particular marker was just confused. It was not intended to do humanity harm. They needed to study it, to fix it, which to Altman was, of course, batshit insane. Grote suffered badly from insomnia. He worked non-stop on unlocking the secrets of the marker. One night, alone in his lab, he sat near the synthesized marker cells and wished that he could see a vision of somebody from his past. A woman he'd followed 20 years ago, who he never had the nerve to speak to, that had been killed. He never knew what really happened to her, but he found her dead, and the memory remained with him. Well, she did appear that night, just as she had many times before. She reminded him that she was just a construct of his mind. He knew that she wasn't real, but that didn't matter to him. He got to speak with her. She told him that he had to stop trying to bring her back, but then she vanished once again, just as she had many times before. But then something different. His grandmother appeared. She berated him just as she did in life. She told him to stop what he was doing, to not give in to the marker. She demanded he end these experiments. But Grote was tired and he didn't want to hear his grandmother's chastisements. He grabbed a nearby sedative and injected himself. Now he would be able to sleep. But his grandmother looked at him in terror. It was not a sedative that he had injected into his body. It was a sample of the synthesized marker cells. She ordered him to run, to go to the marker itself, for around it was a dead space, which would stop his impending transformation. She told him to go there, to warn the others of what she had told him, and then she too vanished. For a moment, he was relieved that she was finally gone. But then he had a moment of clarity, and realized fully what he had done. Grote began to feel numb, his veins started to swell, and then pain began. He remembered his grandmother's words, and he ran for the dead space of the marker. Guards at the marker chamber stopped him from entering, but when Grote's arm began to violently tear itself apart, when he began to physically change in front of them, the shock of it gave him an opening to bolt in. He made it to the dead space of the marker, and while he didn't feel better, his infection stopped. He knew fully, understood completely, that this was a doomsday structure. He had to warn everybody about this. Convergence was not salvation for mankind. It was extinction. Before he got a chance, a Dredger Corps officer named Krax walked up to him and shot him in the head. Grote's body was taken out of the dead space, and he didn't stay down for long. As guards were taking his body away, the pops and cracks began, which they initially ignored. He was taken to a lab, set onto a dissection table, and security left the area. One of the attending doctors, a believer, called James Field, Altman's old co-worker, who had become the leader of the marker worshippers. As they spoke with Field over the video call, Grote's body reconstructed itself under the sheet. What emerged was a shrieking creature which seemed insectoid, with only its eyes and mouth hole remaining. Its body split open to let out a mass of appendages which were capped with bone hooks at the end. It quickly attacked the doctors in the room, and Field witnessed it all. He watched as one of its victims was pinned down, a part of the creature punctured their eye, and it injected something. Moments later, they too began to crack and change, leaving little semblance of a human when it was complete. Field cut the feed so he wouldn't have to watch, and so he couldn't hear the screams of everybody trapped in that room. Altman dreamed of Ada. He dreamed that they were walking together on a beach. She asked if they could have a baby together, and it was so real, like she was actually there. But the sound of an alarm going off interrupted his rest. Field video called him in a panic, tried to tell him that the dead were changing, sprouting swords on their bodies, that they were attacking, and he, the prophet, had to get to safety. Markov and his inner circle decided to abandon the ship completely. A group of survivors rallied to Altman, though it wasn't long before they came face to face with one of them. A bullet didn't stop it, not even direct headshots. They took to shooting out their legs and arms to immobilize them instead, stomping on them if they had to until they were pulverized. Eventually, Altman was alone. Everyone he fought and ran alongside was dead. And when the fighting was at its worst, when he wanted to just stop and give up, he got a local holovid call from Ada. It was a looping message. She was telling him that she was safe, that she needed him to hurry, that she was near, and he completely believed in the message. He had no reason to suspect it was a hallucination. It motivated him forward. He found Field farther into the infested facility. He told Altman that he'd seen no sign of Ada since they originally were taken to the land facility. She never came back here, which didn't make sense because she had called Michael on the local holovid channel. And then he realized he had seen her in that vivid dream because she was dead. It was a vision. People affected by the marker only had hallucinations of dead people. Altman made it to the docks outside the facility, but Field didn't. He died helping Michael, the prophet, escape. As he started up the boat, he saw Field and Ada. They spoke to him, told him that he needed to stop the marker. He had to come back and bury this place. He told himself that he would never come back here, but deep down he knew that he had to. When Michael made it to the shore, Chava and the drunkard were waiting for him. The boy told him that he needed to go back. The Bruja, the witch, had told him so. They were going to help him. Altman found no aid at the Dredgercore land facility, so the boy led Altman to his father's weapon cache, buried in the jungle. Alone, but armed, Michael Altman returned to the floating facility and fought his way back to the marker holding bay. He was going to sink this whole damned place. A loyal fanatic met him there and transferred to him thousands of pages of evidence and analysis of what took place here. It was everything about Hennessy and the first bath escape, information about the marker's structure, its transmission, and deciphered codes. Michael Altman touched the marker, and imprinted into him were blueprints to create more of them. He went to a computer and he began to type out schematics for one, not fully realizing what he had done until it was complete. Altman was able to send a transmission back to the marker, a sort of message received confirmation, and then it stopped. The marker ceased its transmissions. He didn't understand. Why did it show him how to make more markers? Why did it want to be replicated, and what would that do? He stayed true to his original mission, sink this place, destroy it all. He and the fanatic worshipper made it to the command center, and Altman fooled the worshipper into giving him all the ship's master authorization codes. The other man howled at the betrayal when he realized that Altman had locked in the flooding sequence. The two of them made it out together, but the fanatic incapacitated Altman and accused him of hating the marker. When he awoke, it was in a dark, unfamiliar place. Markov and what remained of his inner circle were before him. They quite cruelly taunted Michael, claimed to know that the marker had merely malfunctioned and that they could fix it. But retrieving it didn't matter anymore. The fanatic had recorded everything Michael had done in the marker holding bay. They had the blueprint that he created. They had all the files that he had brought out with him. They would make their own markers. They would reach the next evolutionary stage, and mankind would be made whole. For a while, Michael Altman was hurt and experimented on, though he kept no memory of any of it. When Dredgercore was done with him, when Markov was done with him, he was taken to another dark place. Markov himself and the psychologist Stevens were there. They told him that he had caused them so much trouble, made Markov so angry with his stunts, that his final moments would be pure suffering. They were going to use everything he'd brought back to perfect making markers, and then they would release it to the public, so convergence could come to pass. And because Altman had spoken publicly about it, they were going to use him. He would indeed be a prophet for a church that they were going to create, the Church of Unitology. He would be deemed the founder who gave his life in order to share with the world the message that they would craft. They dumped him into a chamber, and from a viewing box drank champagne and smiled. One of the monsters was allowed into the chamber with him. In his final moments, Michael Altman prayed to God that this was just another hallucination, that he could wake up. You know what's scary?
Taxes! Traffic! Grandma!
You know what's not scary? Patreon and YouTube member. Starting at just $2 a month, you can help support the channel. See that puppy? It's like extra and early content. See this sweet little burb? It's like Patreon and members only streams. Safe, happy, kittens. If you want to help keep the channels going, check out the description for more information on how to become a patron on Patreon or a YouTube member. Now, back to the lore. For the next century, humanity continued to struggle and brood. The resource wars were ongoing, the future was uncertain, but the Church of Unitology brought a message of hope and unity. They honored the memory of their beloved prophet Michael Altman, who fought for and died to bring mankind the secrets of evolution and eternal life. Mankind wasn't alone, because we had been created by an alien race, and when a believer died, they would return to them. Through the markers, the living and the dead would be reunited, and humanity could ascend to divinity. Given how uncertain and dire the world was becoming, this was an attractive prospect to many. The Church of Unitology grew, becoming one of the most powerful and wealthy organizations in the world. Believers gave their possessions to the church in life and their bodies in death. Critics of Unitology called it a cult, a dangerous one at that. But high-ranking members of Unitology were commonly people of power within the government and companies all around the world. Accusations of abuse towards acolytes and stories about body hoarding on their own private space fleet were devoid of any sort of impact against the church. They simply had too much power and couldn't be stopped. Altman be praised. Slowly, over the course of the century, the government, the sovereign colonies, collapsed. Publicly, they were simply losing the resource war. But the downfall of the sovereign colonies was so much more involved and terrifying than the public knew. You see, for that long, difficult century, the Armed Forces Science Division of the sovereign colonies worked relentlessly to reverse engineer the black marker. It took about 8 decades, but they succeeded in making at least 3 of them, red markers. They believed that the red markers could be used as an infinite energy source. It would be a solution to all the problems humanity seemed to face. They could end the resource wars. The red markers were taken to far-off planets for testing, and, surprise, outbreaks took place at those sites, which were of course classified, covered up, and excused away. The creatures created during the outbreaks became known as necromorphs. The markers were buried, the sites blacklisted, and all witnesses killed. By the early 2300s, the weakening sovereign colonies were in open war with secessionist rebels, a fight that they were losing. But in 2311, a planet called Tau Volantis was discovered, and on it was another black marker, and actual non-human replicated red markers. The planet was frozen solid, though there was evidence to suggest that it was once an ocean world. Armed forces found alien corpses within the ice, and excavations began. It was reasoned that if they could seize and use these new markers, it would swing the war in their favor. The sovereign colonies would win and retain power. This was their last chance. Tau Volantis was speculated to be the marker homeworld, and the aliens in the ice their creators. An entire city was within the ice, and a massive machine which was speculated to have something to do with the markers themselves. A fleet was sent to the planet, and 2 huge dig sites were built. All of it was kept highly classified, and given how isolated Tau Volantis was, there was no chance of anyone happening upon it. The only thing working against the sovereign colonies was time, but as digs were carried out, troubling things began taking place. Personnel and even soldiers who went into the ice would come back different, more violent, sickly, paranoid. Medical and military leadership didn't know what to do about all these strange occurrences, so they put people afflicted by this sickness into cryostorage. They froze them and took them up to the ships orbiting the planet. Dozens turned into hundreds, and the crew who were responsible for loading all these coffins into storage became disturbed by it. After a few years, a terrible discovery was made. This alien race did not create the markers. They were victims of it. And the machine they had uncovered wasn't used to detect or make markers, it was a weapon to stop them, to stop convergence. And the moon orbiting Tau Volantis wasn't actually a moon. It was the flesh of the inhabitants of Tau Volantis, brought into one mass. It was the birth of a brethren moon, one of many such beings across the universe, which slumbered and waited for its other brethren to connect to their network, to signal that it was time to feed. The aliens of this planet stopped the birth of this brethren moon before the network connection was made. The machine had originally been intended to destroy the brethren moon and all of Tau Volantis, but it failed to carry out its final function. Instead, it kept the brethren moon in a stalemate. A Scenario 5 order was brought down. Every single human on or around Tau Volantis was to be killed. The scientists, staff, laborers. One outfit of soldiers collected names and hunted everyone down. Another disabled every ship and vehicle on the sites, and another would ensure that all records were destroyed. When their tasks were complete, they were all to kill themselves as well. This was too terrible of a discovery. It had to be covered up. Tau Volantis had to be kept a secret. If the machine freezing the fledgling brethren moon was to be turned off, it would be doom. It would resume convergence. A leader with the expedition, Dr. Earl Serrano, aided in creating a codex which, when inserted into the alien machine, would resume the alien machine's final proper function. It would completely destroy the brethren moon and Tau Volantis. 2 soldiers were entrusted with delivering the codex to Dr. Serrano within the alien city underground. But as the dead started piling up from the Scenario 5 order, a necromorph outbreak began. The 2 soldiers retrieved the codex and fought valiantly through the outbreak to reach Dr. Serrano, but General Spencer Mahad intercepted them. He followed the orders that were handed down. He killed the 2 soldiers, deleted the codex, and then took his own life. And there, the secrets of the Brethren Moon remained. All life on Tau Volantis was wiped out again. It became a small nest of necromorphs. In 2314, the sovereign colonies surrendered to the separatist rebels, and in its place, the Earth government colonial alliances rose to power. EarthGov taking power didn't bring immediate remedy for the resource troubles of mankind, but thanks to the intrepid minds at Earth's largest energy corporation, hope peeked over the horizon. The Concordance Extraction Corporation, or the CEC, created a new starship class called the Planet Cracker. The first of its kind was the USG Ishimura. Launched on March 7, 2446, it was a massive ship with a shock point drive, equipped with gravity tethers, which could tear apart asteroids or pull massive chunks out of planets. Everything was processed on the ship and quickly returned to Earth. The CEC created a fleet of planet crackers, and humanity entered an era of prosperity and growth. There were critics of this practice, though, especially after one of the CEC planet crackers had a gravity tether malfunction that took out the ship itself, 3 supply ships, and the colony underneath it. There were concerns as to the impact destroying entire planets could have on a system, but the CEC insisted that they were dedicated to safe and sustainable mining, often framing their critics as naysayers with overactive imaginations. According to proper procedure, planet cracking was a 3 to 5 year expedition. The first year, a colony was established on the planet. Then for the next 18 months, excavations were carried out to outline what will be initially pulled out by the planet cracker, and the gravity tethers are checked and maintained. The planet cracker itself arrived between 2.5 and 3 years into the process. Within a week, it will pull the excavated chunk up to the ship and begin processing it. The planet cracker will repeat this over and over until the planet is broken up and processed. Skirmishes and battles were replaced by general commerce and tech development. Of course, within the CEC and EarthGov, there were plenty of unitologists. So when EarthGov uncovered information that the previous administration tried to cover up, specifically in regards to a red marker's location, Unitology higher-ups were also made aware of it. It was discovered that the Sovereign Colony's leadership had buried a red marker on a random, barren planet in the Aegis system, planet Aegis 7. And here's the thing, Unitologists didn't have to worry about bureaucracy. Unitology loyalists within the CEC were given a mission from their higher-ups: get a mining operation going on Aegis 7 and start looking for that marker. It would be an illegal operation, but the CEC wasn't exactly squeaky clean. Pulling the strings to make this all possible wasn't too hard. A mining outpost spot was picked in 2505, and anyone who really stopped to look at it might wonder why this random planet in the middle of a nothing system was selected for mining operations. Why here of all places, especially so far from Earth? Well, the colony was established, the gravity tethers built, and outlining excavations began. They had a lot to do to prepare for the arrival of their planet cracker, the USG Ishimura itself. At over 60 years old, it was the oldest of the planet crackers, and this was to be its final journey before being decommissioned. The cards were stacked in favor of Unitology when it came to ship personnel. Captain Benjamin Matthias, Chief Science Officer Terrence Kine, Second Science Officer Chalice Mercer, and dozens of others in positions of power were put onto the ship roster, all thanks to the executive director of the CEC himself, a devout Unitologist named Warren Eckhard. The captain, Benjamin Matthias, had a unique investment in the success of this mission. He was a high-ranking member of the church, but certainly not an authority within it. He was promised a reward for retrieving the marker, a body capsule within the Church of Unitology's mausoleum fleet. After death, he would be cryo-frozen and preserved aboard what the church called an ark, where his physical body would be safeguarded to ensure that he could be a part of Convergence. This was all due to his service and generous donations over the years, which would be an interesting amount to know, wouldn't it? How much does it cost to buy an abusive cult's approval and fake afterlife? I wonder if any Scientologists out there can answer that question. In 2507, an accomplished neuropsychiatrist named Nicole Brennan signed on to join the USG Ishimura's final voyage. She did so after her boyfriend Isaac Clarke encouraged her to take the position, even though it would mean being apart for several months. These two lovebirds had met a few years prior. Nicole was actually his mother's doctor. Octavia Clarke was a troubled woman. Her husband, Paul, was a renowned ship architect and was often away on work tours. After Isaac was born, he stuck around for about 4 years to help raise him, but after that, he spent most of his time away. Octavia became depressed and withdrawn. When Isaac was a bit older, he went to study mechanical and electrical engineering and achieved high honors as a student. But his mother became involved with the Church of Unitology. She sold most of the family's estate to buy full membership into the church. Even without the aid of his family, Isaac still went to engineering school and graduated with honors. He joined the Merchant Marines and gained a reputation for being a resourceful engineer. When his mother's mental health became critical, Isaac put his career on hold. He got his mother into a psychiatric facility for treatment. She was tended to by Dr. Nicole Brennan. Isaac and Nicole hit it off and became a couple. Shortly before she departed with the USG Ishimura, Paul Clarke returned from an extended, classified tour. Dr. Brennan agreed that perhaps being back with her family would help Octavia, so she allowed Paul to check his wife out of the psychiatric hospital. And a few days later, Octavia killed Paul and then herself. When Isaac broke the news to Nicole, he was in one of his darkest moments. She tried to comfort him, but he interrupted her when she spoke, told her to stop talking, that she had said Octavia was herself, that she was better, and that she would be okay going home, as though he were blaming Nicole. He said that he had trusted her, and his last words to Nicole were, "You might as well have killed them yourself." She tried to defend herself for a moment, but ended their call by telling Isaac to go to hell. He very soon after realized the terrible words that he had said to her, but he couldn't get her back on the line. Octavia and Paul's bodies were legally willed to the Church of Unitology, as was the entirety of their remaining estate. Isaac tried to fight to get his parents' bodies back, but he was unsuccessful. His grief compounded as he'd lost both of his parents in an unthinkable way, and maybe he had lost Nicole too. Just before the USG Ishimura arrived, a red marker was discovered and brought to the surface of Aegis 7. What followed takes less than 6 weeks. Almost immediately, colonists began to divide between believers and non-believers. A few fights broke out when non-believers called their unitologist co-workers marker heads or insulted their religion. Tensions began to rise within the colony. Insomnia set in, medical personnel did their best to treat the workers, but by the 3rd day, there were 20 documented cases of insomnia intense enough to require medication. Then, unitologists started loudly preaching to crowds at the colony square. Then, an episode of violence. Brant Harris, a miner, had been suffering insomnia, hallucinations, and paranoia far worse than anyone who came before for treatment. It was so intense that he was terrified of the doctor and didn't see Nurse Katie Evans as herself. Brant Harris killed poor Nurse Evans. He was subdued, arrested, and when the USG Ishimura arrived, he would be transported up for holding. After this tragedy, more sporadic episodes of violence took place on the Aegis 7 colony. On-site leadership within the colony refused to take action after being informed several times of the violence amongst the population. The on-site manager was a devout unitologist. He had been relaying information about the marker to Captain Matthias on the Ishimura. The planet cracker would be arriving very, very soon. It was decided that the marker would be brought into the colony for safekeeping, and things only got worse from there. 50 unitologists committed mass suicide in the colony square. Captain Matthias demanded that they all be frozen and kept in pristine condition. Over the following few days, 15 more deaths occurred. 20% of the population presented with psychiatric disturbances. When the Ishimura arrived, the marker was immediately taken up to the ship, as were the bodies of the unitologists that had been put on ice. Brant Harris, the miner who had killed Nurse Katie Evans, was also taken up to the ship for supervision. When all transfers were completed, a strict no-fly order was sent down from the ship to the colony, as though to quarantine whatever may be down there, as though it were a pathogen and not the result of the marker's signal. Brant Harris caught the eye of unitologist Dr. Chalice Mercer. Dr. Mercer decided to encourage Harris's delusions and hallucinations to gain his compliance. Harris spoke of seeing things trapped behind his eyes, things related to the divinity of the marker. Well, things on the Ishimura began to go to hell too, as soon as that marker was on board. It took denial of reality, nigh unmatched by even the most stereotyped villains. It took an impressively mortifying level of willful ignorance. It took learned helplessness to a catastrophic level. It took a level of holy shit stupidity that could end worlds. But you know what? Captain Matthias and his unitology cohorts were perfectly capable of all those things. Within hours, Ishimura crew began to exhibit early symptoms. Within a few days, the insomnia and aggression began, then the hallucinations, all in the confined spaces of the Planet Cracker's various departments. Dr. Nicole Brennan in particular took serious issue with how this was all being handled, and like a real badass, she hunted down superiors and very openly expressed herself to her commanding officers and peers that what was taking place on board this ship was beyond unusual, and she wasn't going to be ignored on the matter. But she was chastised, gaslit, or flat out told to stand down. She documented everything and created secret, hidden compartments where she could study tissue samples and patient logs. Unitologist Dr. Chalice Mercer injected a tissue sample directly into Brant Harris's brain. Early-stage necromorph tissue, that is. And Harris didn't immediately start to churn, but he was immediately able to see the marker code trapped behind his eyes. He gave every bit of knowledge he could to the doctor until aggression began to settle in. It was clear that Harris was starting to change. The doctor sent him down to the mining deck to retrieve a valuable ore that he needed, and en route, Harris pushed a man into a suit kiosk and made him, well, explode, kind of. His body transformation began soon after as well, but Harris didn't want to hurt Dr. Mercer, even when he was clearly about to lose himself to the infection. Dr. Mercer put Harris into a long-form stasis and promised him that soon it would be time for his first real hunt. Despite the clear crumbling of the Aegis 7 colony and the breaking morale aboard the Ishimura, the planet cracking moved ahead as planned 1 week after arrival. Dozens more had died on the colony, and several were in the morgue on the Ishimura. Immediately after the planet cracking began, some sort of power surge from the planet caused the Ishimura's systems to shut down and reboot. 40% of the comm-leak signals were lost between the ship and the colony, and when a connection was re-established, officers on the command deck of the Ishimura watched as Rig life science went dark rapidly. Surveillance cameras at the colony were full of blood but few bodies. One of the dig crew members made contact with the ship and told them that something was attacking everybody in the mines, but the call was cut off as the man was killed by some sort of a blade. Fellow unitologists and Chief Science Officer Terrence Kine tried to ask Captain Matthias to call for help. Yes, they were in a restricted system on an illegal dig, but this was too much. If nothing else, call and tell the church what was happening. But Captain Matthias refused. He said they would abandon the colony and return the marker to Earth. But a single transport defied the no-fly order. It was a group of survivors from the colony, many of them injured. The pilot made it through the bay door into the Ishimura itself as one of the survivors died and reanimated as a necromorph. Everyone on the vessel was killed and converted, and thus the outbreak spread to the Ishimura. Captain Matthias repeatedly denied requests to call for help once reports of violence started coming in. It wasn't until he saw a horde of them rushing through the mess hall that he realized how badly he had messed up. As the dead piled up, systems began to go offline. Equipment was broken by weapon fire and necromorph attacks. Captain Matthias ordered that every segment of the ship affected by the outbreak be locked down and quarantined. He was obsessed with getting the marker back to Earth. Chief Science Officer Terrence Kine pushed back against him hard. Though he too was a unitologist, the violent truth of what the marker brought forced him to stop and reevaluate their ultimate goal here. The captain broke into a fit of yelling aboard the command deck about the marker being the holy artifact, the key to universal awakening which had to be delivered to the church. Kine recognized the marker's presence was stoking his paranoia and rage. The captain was compromised and had to be removed. Everyone on that deck realized it, and they opposed the captain's orders to restrain Dr. Kine. The chief science officer invoked Maritime Law Article 5469 and declared Benjamin Matthias unfit for duty. Dr. Kine tried to administer a sedative to the captain, but Matthias lunged at him and took the needle and the dosage straight through his eye instead. He very quickly died. Dr. Kine knew that the church would have him killed for this, even if it was an accident. So he fled and began seeking his own solutions and salvation. And Dr. Nicole Brennan. She tried to stop the outbreak. She got the body of a necromorph and concluded that the change in DNA structure could only have come from the marker, which meant that there was no ending this. She tracked down the hiding Dr. Kine, who told her specifically how the pulse of the marker changed genetic code. He told her that Dr. Chalice Mercer would have more information about it, so he gave her the code to his office and bid her good luck in her search. Within Mercer's office, she learned that it was possible to communicate with the marker itself. The good doctor found her there going through his things, and Nicole convinced Mercer that she was on his side, that she knew all this was the cure to death. She understood now. Think of all the lives she could have saved if she had just known all this before. She at least made it out of his office alive, and with the knowledge that she had been seeking. Nicole somehow did open herself up to direct communication with the marker. It presented itself to her in the form of Octavia Clark, and it told her to gather the markers. And she told it, honestly, in this prayer, that there was no way she'd be able to do that. She would never be able to find them, and the creators of those markers were long dead anyways. She asked the marker to make this stop. Without the presence of the marker's makers, convergence wasn't possible. So the marker told her to instead return it to the pedestal on the planet. There it would wait for an architect that it knew would come. Nicole knew that there was no way out of this. There was no safety on this ship, and soon it would be her turn. But she chose to meet the end on her own terms. She made one last recording to Isaac. She told him that she wished she could see him, how sorry she was about everything, that she wished there was someone she could talk to, and lamented that she wouldn't see him again. Nicole assured him that she always loved him and showed him the syringe so that he could understand that she went peacefully, without pain or violence. She took her own life with the recording capturing everything. It was the gift of finality. Isaac did receive that transmission, but he refused to watch it until the end. Part of him knew that it was going to end in her death, but he refused to accept it. If he didn't have her, then he had truly lost everything. The complete communications blackout was very quickly noticed by the CEC. One of their ships was chosen to investigate, a small transport with a shock drive called the USG Kellyan. Under the command of Security Officer Zach Hammond, 4 more souls were chosen for the investigation. Amongst them was a volunteer, Isaac Clarke. The USG Kellyan embarked with the crew believing that this was a diagnose and repair mission, save one, computer specialist Kendra Daniels. On paper, she worked for the CEC, but in reality, she was an EarthGov agent deep undercover within the CEC. See, EarthGov knew that there was a red marker buried out in the Aegis system. After all, they'd uncovered the old sovereign colony's intel on it. That's how Unitology learned about it too. EarthGov was about 3 steps behind on everything, but Kendra Daniels was dispatched to investigate and secure whatever asset the USG Ishimura had pulled up from the planet, unbeknownst to all the crew around her, of course. Isaac repeatedly watched the first part of Nicole's video, always killing it before she showed the needle and her intention. Kendra noticed it too, but was encouraging and kind towards Isaac about it. Once out of shock travel, the Ishimura was easy to spot, despite none of the exterior lights being on. No one responded to their hails, and once they were near the planet cracker, the still active gravity tethers threw them completely off course within the landing base strip. They had to crash land in one of the bays, slightly damaging their ship and injuring one of the pilots, Haley Johnston. There was no clear sign of trouble out here, though, except for a lack of ship crew to attend to them. All save the injured pilot exited the Kellyan to begin an official CEC investigation of the ship. As the 4 of them walked, they couldn't get anyone even on local comms, and Isaac's rig credentials had to get them through the outer doors. The flight lounge was full of luggage, but there was no one there. It was extremely quiet. The logs were empty, there was no power to the elevators, and every shuttle and ship departure had been canceled. It was like a weird ghost town. Isaac performed a system check on the ship, which put walls between himself and the other Kellyan crew. Most of the Ishimura was completely in the red, which raised the question of what could do that to a massive planet cracker. They weren't left wondering for long. Their activity had drawn attention. A quarantine lockdown was triggered due to hazardous anomalies detected. From the ceiling, necromorphs started appearing, with pilot Aiden Chen being the first of them to be killed and converted. Completely on his own, Isaac Clarke had to make a dash through the flight deck halls of the Ishimura for an elevator with no weapons and very little armor to shield him from the visitors dropping in around him. Isaac did make it to another level and was greeted by a man screaming for somebody to help him find the rest of him because he was all over the deck. This is their new reality, the venture that they're going to face. Clarke finds a mining tool, a plasma cutter, nearby a message ordering whoever reads it to cut off their limbs, in order he adapts to like he was born for this. As Isaac Clarke searches this planet cracker, he will find notes, logs, audio files, and environmental cues as to what unfolded here. So too will he come across strange statues, which some of the crew hid away, called marker fragments. What they are isn't immediately clear, but they were obviously of importance to some aboard the Ishimura. But while all this is horrifying, his priority is Nicole. The communications breakdown and lack of transportation has to be unspeakably frustrating. He refuses to believe that she's not alive, but he can't even make contact. He can't find her, doesn't know where she could have taken refuge, and there's no way to track her rig. He's operating on faith that she somehow was able to defy impossible odds and find sanctuary. Kendra and Hammond both survived the initial attack and will work with him to relay valuable information on ship systems needing repairs. First things up are the trams. While they can make it through the ship completely on foot, it would be far more dangerous than just catching a ride. Who knows what's waiting in the hallways and the vents? While working his way through tram maintenance, a life-changing moment takes place, which in context of all of this seems small. Power is lost in the hallway, the lights go down, machines disabled temporarily, and something creeps into Isaac's head. It's enough pressure that he groans from the pain, and there's the faintest of whispers around him. The marker has pulsed, and its signal has reached Isaac Clarke. He's been afflicted with its dementia-inducing effects, and the longer he's here, the closer he is to the marker, the more powerful those effects will become. What remains to be seen is how compatible Isaac Clarke is with the marker's pulse. Will he become a mindless beast, with time suited only for satisfying the conditions of convergence, or will he see its messages in geometry? Isaac gets the tram system going again, sends Kendra and Hammond off to the bridge, as is standard emergency procedure, where they'll be able to attempt making contact with survivors or the CEC back on Earth. They're all pretty much stuck here, after all. Their ship is busted. They have to go through this. There is no going back. While Clarke fights his way to the Kellyan, Hammond lets him know that they made it to the bridge and that everyone is dead. They're going to try taking control of the command computers, but it may take some time. Back on the Kellyan, the injured pilot Haley Johnston has made progress repairing it. Progress which is completely destroyed by necromorphs that followed Isaac back. They destroy the singularity core of the Kellyan, breach the cabin, set off a series of explosions which kills poor Haley Johnston and hurls Isaac from the ship. Hammond and Kendra are able to see something happening in the bay, and news that Johnston is dead and the Kellyan is destroyed amplifies the dire terror here. There are only 3 of them left, and their transport out of here is gone. They need Captain Benjamin Matthias's codes to access the command computer. Kendra is able to track down his rig in the morgue with the status of deceased. Hammond gives him orders and directions: cut through maintenance, get to medical, find the morgue, and get the captain's rig. The call is interrupted by Chen. Though changed, Hammond recognizes him. They had worked together for years. They were friends. Isaac is on his own for now. Hopefully Hammond and Kendra can handle their own safety. Medical turns out to be, as Isaac himself puts it, a slaughterhouse. The morgue entrance was barricaded to keep things in. Hammond was able to reach safety, but he lost track of Kendra while they were fleeing from Chen. How did that thing have Chen's face? Progress can't be made until Isaac has the captain's rig, so that will be a question for later. He searches the medical departments for parts to make an explosive to get him through the barricade at the morgue. And while searching, he learns of a patient named Brant Harris, who was of importance to somebody named Chalice Mercer. This Dr. Mercer was clearly a unitologist and bonkers as hell, enough so that another unitologist doctor named Terrence Kine seemed to oppose him and his theories in regard to divinity in this patient, Brant Harris. Sounds like the poor guy went through something awful. The 2 doctors spoke of insights being in Harris's psyche. What could they have possibly done to that man? Isaac finds his explosive materials, though en route back to the barricade, he and Hammond both feel a tremor of some sort. What could be large enough to shake the entirety of something like the Ishimura? It's probably nothing. In the main lab, he finds a series of offices and interesting equipment, chief amongst them, a DNA sequence analyzer. Might come in handy later if Isaac gets curious about anyone in particular's genetic structure. But here too is Nicole's office. It's perfectly intact inside, just she's not here, no one is here. There are strange whispers in the air again as he looks around, like something is breathing into his mind, trying to form words but can't quite pierce through. There are logs around her work area which indicate that she was trying to help people on the Ishimura to get away from unitology, if they so wished. At least one patient opened up to her about the abuses of the church and her fear of leaving. An audio log from Dr. Brennan again mentions that patient Brant Harris, so she was trying to help him. He was showing signs of psychosis. He acted violently towards somebody, but under her treatment he did show improvement. The interferences of the unitologist doctors hindered that progress, which prompted her to prepare for filing formal complaints. She had no patience for unitology. Unfortunately, the system can't currently track where Nicole Brennan is. He'll have to keep searching. And gosh, these whispers sure are getting a bit more bold and pronounced, aren't they? In Dr. Kine's office, he finds flat-out proof of unitology's vested interests here, the red marker unearthed on the planet. And the good Captain Matthias was in on the whole thing. The major leadership positions on this planet cracker were occupied by the church, and whatever that marker they speak of is, it was supposedly divine, except they knew that it caused some sort of physical transformation, and everything was fine on the ship before they brought it on board. A hidden room in Kine's office shows that he deciphered the symbols on the marker, and at least at the end, He vehemently rejected its desires. Meanwhile, Dr. Mercer viewed the marker's transformations as a secret to immortality. The morgue wing is every bit as gore and Kunder covered as one might expect. During the early stages of the outbreak, it was attempted to contain things here. Eventually, Nicole Brennan sent an SOS to all personnel that medical was overwhelmed, she needed help, and that the command crew was failing them. Isaac locates the corpse of the captain at the heart of the deck, still on a slab as though he were just dropped there and completely forgotten. Clark gets a front row seat to the transformation process of one of these things, as propagated by a necromorph itself, pumping its tasty juices into his sweet little body, quickly changing his form and restoring a sort of life to him. It's not a long renewal. Isaac kills what the captain became and transmits his rig codes to Hammond on the bridge. At least now they know how Chen became the creature that he is now. As Isaac pushes back through the morgue, Hammond calls to let him know that they're on a decaying orbit towards Aegis 7. The weight of the planet cracker payload and the gravity of the planet is pulling them slowly in. He needs to get to engineering to determine why the ship can't maintain orbit and fix it. With the state of the ship, that in itself is its own series of trials to overcome. He has to exit the ship and find a way into engineering from an exterior cargo hatch. Turns out, the centrifuge and primary engines are offline and the fuel tanks are empty. It's not broken though, far from it. He'll just have to get the fuel flowing again and restart the entire system. Engineering was hit hard when the crew started changing from the marker signal. There was a lot of equipment down here that impacted crew could use to harm themselves and those around them. And the department lead did their best to help and keep things under control. He tried to keep his staff focused and proactive, but engineering became a dark, inescapable hell pit when necromorphs started crawling out of the vents. Kendra is finally able to reach them. She too managed to escape from Chen, and she locked herself in the computer core room, which was a damned good spot to choose. She can give herself admin privileges there and help Isaac navigate to previously unreachable locations. After manually restarting the centrifuge, then it's through to the engine room. He gets a very clear picture of how much variety there are with these necromorphs when he finds himself being manhandled by the massive appendage of one. It raises the question, how intelligent are these things and what is their motivation here? Death for the sake of death would be a detriment to any species. There has to be some grand plan in play here. Are the minds of these people still active in these new forms? What's the brain power behind something with a tentacle arm the size of a landing bay? During his run to the engine rooms, Isaac gets to enjoy the dramas of Hammond and Kendra. Kendra got into the secure files in the computer core, so she starts passively interrogating Hammond over the comms. The files she got access to spell out that the CEC wasn't just here for mining claims, and that all of this originated on the colony, planet side, after something alien was dug up, the marker, which is currently in a cargo bay ready for transport back to Earth. Hammond doesn't have anything to offer except questions, but is she aware of how compromised the CEC was by the Church of Unitology, or is she feeling around in the dark for where blame should be placed? The halls to the engine room are a special sort of gross. The walls are lined with, well, the crew, and what would have become known as habitat changer. The marker was really making itself at home here. He finds more crew intel, another of those marker fragment statues. He replaces the power cells for the machinery, fires the engines back up, but they've exchanged one problem for another. The asteroid defense system is offline, and to maintain orbit, they'll have to move through the planet-cracking debris. Hammond will try to adjust course, but he asks Isaac to come to the bridge to meet with him in person. Nicole gets on the line. He hears her, clear as he just heard Hammond, asking where he is. It's all she says, but that's all he needs. He will do whatever it takes to find her, to save her. It's the only thing that could possibly motivate him to conquer this place. Closer to the bridge, Kendra starts outright accusing Hammond of being aware of what actually happened here. She's here for EarthGov, not the CEC, and if she could get an admission of guilt from Hammond, she's one step closer to accomplishing her mission. But Hammond either plays coy like a pro or truly doesn't know what she's on about, because he finds her accusations to be insulting. Thankfully, Isaac steps in, orders them to knock it off. Their priorities right now are the ADS cannons. At the bridge near the captain's nest, Hammond shows Isaac that he's trapped Chen in an escape pod. He's clearly disturbed by what has happened to his friend. Hammond ejects the escape pod, throwing Chen into the dark depths of space. The two of them work out that they can reroute power from unused systems right now to get the ADS cannons online. They discuss Kendra's accusations for a moment. Hammond agrees that the CEC had to have known something about the marker being here, but he insists that something like that would be above his pay grade. His only interest here is repairing the Ishimura and getting away from all of this. As he ventures, Isaac will take care to hunt down rigs belonging to former commanding crew members with the intention of making a master override. With that, nothing in the Ishimura would be blocked off for him. He would have complete access to everything. While working to switch over which systems are powered, Isaac finds a spicy bit of evidence: the accidental death of Captain Benjamin Matthias at the hands of Dr. Terence Kine. He had been deemed unfit to lead, spouted clear unitologist propaganda, and was obsessed with the marker. He lashed out at Dr. Kine so carelessly that he took a massive needle straight through the eye. A conversation with Dr. Terence Kine could potentially be very interesting. While blasting his way through the decks, something a bit more terrifying than even the death of a captain presents. It's a break room, with footage of something playing on a monitor and a ritualistic circle drawn before it. He can almost hear the song that would have been sung here if the crew were still alive. Wink. Kendra asks if that's the marker that was dug up, and Isaac is well aware of Unitology symbols. This footage confirms that Unitology's entire core foundation stems from belief in these things as divine relics. Fewer things are more dangerous than unthinking religious fervor. The Ishimura's crew was victimized because of it. Kendra asks if maybe this is proof that the church was onto something, but Isaac will have none of that notion. Transferring power from mining admin, electrical systems, and water purification to the ADS cannons does not solve their debris problem, because the auto-targeting is offline, forcing Isaac back into the vacuum of space to manually recalibrate them. He really is a resourceful one. He's consistently, albeit desperately, solving issue after issue, with a confidence at each break in the road that could make anyone certain that there was hope on the horizon, so long as this dude was around. While on the lift back to the ship, a supposed live call shows up on Isaac's feed. It's Nicole, telling everyone that medical is a sanctuary, asking them all to join there. She is completely his priority. Neither Hammond nor Kendra oppose him on it. He has more than earned the right to call his own shots here. On the tram, Kendra calls to let Isaac know that she has traced Nicole's broadcast to the chemical lab. But there's some sort of interference with the comms, making it difficult for them to understand one another. Isaac is on his own now. The source of the block makes itself known as soon as Clark is back in medical proper. A male voice greets him as a survivor, promises him safety, and is quite disappointed that his guest isn't here for Sanctuary, but for Nicole Brennan. Whoever this man is, he doesn't speak with a reassuring candor. He's quite threatening, but it's the sort of threat that comes with a smile. Isaac's refusal to be an immediate ally really hurts his feels. Intercom Man is off his rocker. He's been using medical for his research, as he puts it. People are suffering, writhing. There are symbols of the marker all over the place. He very clearly states that a unitologist would get it. Stupid master engineer. Isaac treks through medical, mostly undisturbed by Intercom Man. This place is covered in flesh and that supposed habitat changer from the marker. Clark pieces together that the man he spoke with was none other than the zealous unitologist Chalice Mercer. And what a piece of work he is. He abandoned every ethic he swore to uphold in favor of the church's doctrines. He directly caused suffering, intentionally killed and maimed during his experiments, and then gaslit everyone around him to cover up for what he clearly knew was immoral. Isaac finds the source of Nicole's broadcast, but she is nowhere to be seen. This was a trick to lure people in. That video itself was just a fabrication. He sees another video of Nicole, asking Isaac to make something whole. Was this another false creation of Dr. Mercer, who is, by the way, quite nearby? He hits Isaac with stasis, and then he starts pacing and talking. See, the marker, as he puts it, won't begin. Convergence is stalled, and it must be because of Nicole Brennan's meddling. Isaac, being her nearest and dearest, must know more, but Mercer is sure that it would be pointless to even ask. So instead, this will be the opportunity that he has been waiting for. Remember, the last thing that he had said to Brant Harris before he fully succumbed to the Necromorph infection that Mercer himself injected was a promise that soon he would have his first real hunt. Dr. Mercer would like to study Mr. Clark's dismemberment methods against something which will continually regenerate. It's time for Brant Harris's first hunt to begin. Mercer exits the room, locks the doors behind him, and leaves Isaac Clarke to fend for himself against something potentially undying. Kendra is finally able to break through the comms interference to speak with Isaac, who is understandably a little on edge at the moment. Screaming, "Open the chemical lab," is all she needs. She manages to override the doors from the command computer, but she can't lift the lockdown that Mercer has enacted. For now, it's on him to outrun this thing, the Hunter. The thing is, it didn't evolve thumbs, so it can't open doors. Isaac bolts through medical while the Hunter tracks him through the vents. But to the Thumb Master goes the victory, at least for now. It will almost certainly figure out how to get between sections of the ship, and it's a certainty that Dr. Mercer is going to aid it in tracking Isaac. The good doctor seems to have it out for Clarke now. He's convinced himself that killing the engineer is the secret to starting convergence. Kendra directs Isaac towards Mercer's office in medical. That's the only place that the lockdown can be lifted manually. He makes it through the huge increase in Necromorph aggression and the Hunter itself, and discovers just how badly Dr. Mercer and Dr. Kyne were in conflict with one another over what Mercer did to Brant Harris. In the end, Kyne denounced unitology, and Mercer completely turned on him. So was Dr. Kyne the one that dropped all this evidence here for Isaac to find? If the two were to meet, would Terrence Kyne aid him in stopping the marker? Mercer's office is full of marker research. The good doctor truly was proud of his work and had complete faith in all of his beliefs. A man barely clings to his life on the bed, but he does not ask Isaac to save him. He warns him of hydroponics. Something is happening there which will turn the air poisonous, but a woman there perhaps has an enzyme that could stop it if she can be delivered liquid nitrogen. Kendra rings in that the man was absolutely correct. There's something in hydroponics contaminating the air supply, but what it is, she can't really see. Isaac will finish the dead man's task. He vents the poisoned air that Mercer is intentionally pumping in from hydroponics. Kendra clears him a path to the cryogenic lab, and he will get a liquid nitrogen tank, which is easy to spot because it's sitting in the middle of a deep freeze room, like it's a prize just waiting for him. Dr. Mercer doesn't want to let him go. Isaac, and Nicole as well, have defied and rejected the unitologist at every turn. But he must thank the engineer. He repaired the Ishimura's engines, and Mercer has been collecting necromorphs in cold storage for delivery to Earth. A divine homecoming, which will certainly commence the convergence event that he so desperately seeks. He leaves Isaac with the Hunter, and while Clarke can't outright kill it, he can sure as hell slow it down. He cryogenically freezes the Hunter and has it sent to storage for an extended timeout. Isaac doesn't quite realize what the Hunter is, or how it was made to be this way. It leaves behind a tissue sample, and Isaac knows just the place to take it. There was a DNA scanner in medical near Nicole's office. It's gonna be a long trek to hydroponics, so he stops by medical real quick because the mystery is just too spicy to let go. It confirms that this is the tissue of Brant Harris, but there are severe DNA abnormalities. The computer will pin points of interest for Isaac, should he so desire. He can journey through the Ishimura to discover what happened during Brant Harris's final days. Isaac smells hydroponics before he sees it. The entire deck is rotting. Kendra warns him that something massive is in food storage. It's the source of the poison. Another warning comes when a video recording of Dr. Elizabeth Cross greets him at the main entrance. She orders all who come here to turn back. Her entire team was killed or changed. The crops are contaminated and dying, but she's going to try killing whatever is in food storage. This must be who the dying man mentioned, the one who needed the liquid nitrogen. Hopefully, she's still alive somehow. Isaac replenishes the liquid nitrogen feed, and right away an enzyme synthesis resumes. Dr. Elizabeth Cross's creation is done, an enzyme that can eat away at the creature in food storage. He just needs to inject it into, well, whatever it is. Dr. Cross herself intercepts him before he goes in. She calls what's inside the Leviathan, and opening the doors to its chambers is currently impossible. But if he has her enzyme, then they can try injecting it into the Leviathan's poison sacs around hydroponics. They feed straight back into its heart, and it would be a mercy, because her team are the poison sacs, wheezing the toxins of the Leviathan into the air supply. Destroy them, weaken the Leviathan, and maybe they can vent it into space. Hydroponics is a massive deck. He has to find 8 Weezers scattered about and hidden away, which is a huge undertaking that takes what feels like hours to complete. He's able to chat with Dr. Cross as he goes. They talk about Nicole, unitology, her boyfriend, Jacob Temple. Kendra calls and panics when she hallucinates that her dead brother is in the room with Isaac. She calls back a bit later, proposes to Isaac that if someone with the CEC tries to take the marker, they should do something about it together. She isn't shy about naming Hammond as their problem. He's been quiet for a while, completely silent on comms. What is he doing without them? Isaac doesn't entertain it, though. He's focused on the Leviathan and their air supply, not who gets to play with the alien toys first. After all 8 of the Weezers are injected, Dr. Cross confirms that the Leviathan's metabolism is slowing. It's withdrawing from hydroponics. They don't have to worry about poisonous air for now, but at food storage, Cross calls to tell Isaac that the Leviathan is far from down and out. It's too large and attached to be flushed out into space. Isaac refuses to spend more time on weakening it. He can physically enter food storage now, so he'll just cut it loose, odds be damned. Isaac Clarke, the engineer, faces down a 10-kiloton mass of flesh attached to the walls of a massive room while in zero gravity, and he doesn't flinch. Even in the dark, when it starts throwing organic exploding material at him, he simply adjusts his strategy and fixes the issue in front of him. He blasts away the Leviathan until it loses its hold on the ship and is ejected out into space. Before he leaves, Dr. Cross tells him about her Jacob. Last she'd heard, he was on the mining deck with other survivors. They were building an SOS beacon. Isaac will keep an eye out for Jacob, but that SOS beacon just became priority number 1. Even Kendra's hopes are revived by news of it. The mining deck crew put up one hell of a fight. They booby-trapped the halls, used everything around them as a weapon or defense, but they were undone by the marker's signal. It drove each of them mad eventually. Clarke needs to find the beacon itself and the deck supervisor's rig to get access to the launch tubes for the beacon. On one of the decks, Isaac does find a video log of Jacob Temple talking about the SOS beacon. He'd locked it up someplace safe and went to go help a survivor that he thought was named Mercer. Uh-oh. Well, Jacob seemed to know what he was doing and was equipped for the job, so there's a chance the man is still alive. The supervisor was a man named Dallas, who died a terrible but brave death. He trapped the necromorphs in the subdeck, ensured that whatever was here would stay here, but in doing so, he couldn't escape. He'd seen what the monsters did to the bodies, what they turned into, and he desperately did not want to hurt anyone else. So he severed his own limbs and he bled out. His corpse and rig were left undisturbed and intact after his death. The SOS beacon is farther down the mining deck. During the elevator ride, Hammond finally gets back on the line. He whispers to them that they're bringing something in, and he turns his camera towards a room in the crew deck. It's the marker itself. It's massive. Unitologists are walking beside it, chanting some sort of nonsense. The structure pulses again, causing extreme head pain for everyone within its radius. Isaac can see alien runes and symbols. Kendra begs to make whatever it is stop, but insists after that she didn't see anything. They've lost Hammond's signal again. The marker pulse was strong enough to disrupt comms. He is completely on his own out there, and nearing the belly of the beast. Kendra and Isaac can only focus on their current task, finding the SOS beacon. There's habitat-changing organic material all over the lowest level of mining, but that's not all awaiting Isaac. Nicole is here too. She runs out to greet him, both of them ecstatic to see the other alive and well. They can't touch one another, but this is enough. They're going to work together to get that SOS beacon, and he has so much to say to her, but she says it's okay, they can talk another time. Everyone is counting on them to get that beacon after all. He defends her while she uses her credentials to force open the doors to the workshop Jacob Temple stored the beacon in, but they won't be staying together long. She tells him to go on, to not worry about her. She'll catch up with him later. He needs to put things back the way they were and make us whole again. You know, it's probably fine. Don't worry about it. Once he has the beacon, Kendra calls. She'd lost connection with him for some reason and sounds surprised that Nicole was there. Kendra has been snooping through Ishimura logs and files. There's a very real chance that she saw Nicole's death video, or, in the very least, has discovered via Nicole's rig that she's dead. But she doesn't want to engage with Isaac over it. They stay focused on the beacon. Isaac gets a nasty surprise when he makes it back to mining control and tries to activate the launch tubes. The miners booby-trapped those too, but why would they do that and ruin their delivery system for the SOS beacon? He decides he'll attach the beacon to one of the asteroids being mined right now, and he'll launch it away from the ship. It's their best shot at somebody finding them. He breaks all the interior and then exterior gravity tethers holding the asteroid in place, attaches the SOS beacon to it, and back in the control room, launches it violently. Kendra will ensure that it's clearly broadcasting out, while Isaac handles the hunter. Oh, he got out of cryo storage, or more likely, somebody let him out of cryo storage and sent him here. Isaac manages to ditch him in the control room, but that thing is going to be reappearing throughout the ship if he doesn't figure out a way to permanently contain it. How about another fun surprise? The comms array is still broken. Even if there was somebody in the system that could pick up the SOS beacon, they'd have no way to communicate with the Ishimura. He needs to get up there, manually fix the comms array, and he needs to be quick about it. Because not long after he reaches the next deck he needs to be at, a military vessel shocks in. The USM Valor. Weird how Kendra almost calls Isaac Hammond, though, right? Anyways, Isaac questions why it happened so quickly. And what is a military vessel doing all the way out here? But Kendra brushes it off. If it means rescue, then who cares, right? They're still a fair distance out. It'll give Isaac time to fix the comms array. What happened to the array wasn't an accident or the byproduct of some wily necromorphs. Somebody very intentionally hotwired the dishes together to blow out the system. The first comms operator tried to send out a distress call in direct defiance of Captain Matthias's orders, but the captain had taken the entire comms array system offline before that message could be sent. One of the captain's own video messages was unsent because of it as well. It was a private message to the Church of Unitology, informing them that the holy marker was on board and it would be delivered to them soon. He refused to acknowledge that the supposed epidemic taking place had anything to do with the marker. Fixing the comms array takes a bit of puzzle solving. Thankfully, whoever damaged it did a sloppy job. But as soon as he has a connection reestablished, they're able to reach out to the USM Valor. Surprisingly, though, they're already broadcasting a message to the Ishimura, letting them know that they intercepted their last escape pod, the one that Hammond ejected, that had Chen in it. They'd had it for a while now. This message has been looping for several hours. Kendra asks what escape pod he's talking about, and Isaac pieces together that, at best, right now they have a necromorph in their hangar bay. Kendra tries to hail the Valor to warn them about the pod, but their signal isn't strong enough to reach them. Isaac books it down to the long-range antenna to manually deploy it so they can reach the Valor, to find something is latched onto it, keeping it from ejecting. Turns out to be the Leviathan. After it was ejected from food storage, it latched onto the long-range antenna and took root here. And, like a true deep space badass, Isaac gets out there, takes control of the ADS cannons, and blasts that bastard to bits. It is the last of the Leviathan, and now rescue is potentially just on the horizon. Isaac gets the antenna lowered, Kendra starts transmitting a warning message, and the two are treated with a live display of what is taking place right now in the USM Valor. The ship has fallen to necromorph infection. It's also on a crash course with the Ishimura, going at high speeds. There's no way to avoid what's coming. The two of them can just brace for impact. Isaac's potential final words were for Nicole, but the Valor does not impact where he's at. Hammond gets on the line, though. The entire ship felt that impact. Seems that he and Kendra have been in communication. He was telling her about an executive shuttle still on the crew deck that they could use. It's just missing a singularity core. There might be one on the Valor that they could snatch, assuming it's still intact. Hammond is going to suit up and search the Valor with Isaac. Two hands make for lighter work. There are some odd things about the Valor, like it has a 12-megaton warhead stowed away in the torpedo bay that's been heavily damaged by the impact. Isaac will stabilize it, but it raises the question of why they would have something like that on board. Patrolling military vessels don't casually have nuclear warheads on them, right? Well, Imagine the deepening intrigue when Isaac stumbles across classified orders issued from EarthGov itself. Military leadership within the defense branch of the government was aware of the CEC's illegal mining operations and knew that it was on a planet that held a red marker. The Valor had been dispatched to assess if infection had occurred. The warhead was a contingency plan for the Ishimura. The Valor didn't happen to pick up the SOS beacon on patrol. They were watching and waiting. Someone else has been watching and waiting too, Dr. Terrence Kine. He's been listening in on the Ishimura comms, tracking Isaac's progress, and now he wants to parlay. He's honest about being here on behalf of the church, but perhaps he underestimated Isaac's loathing for unitology. He cuts the doctor off before he can explain why the marker needs to be returned to the planet. Isaac unlatches and dumps the warhead out into deep space, at least alleviating that particular threat. Isaac starts questioning why they would have a nuke out here, and Hammond absolutely sympathizes with and agrees with his concerns. There is clearly a conspiracy of some sort in play, but right now they're fine just working towards that singularity core, and Nicole seems to be in agreement. She pops in from time to time on monitors to remind Isaac that they want to be made whole, and Chen chimes in too to talk to Hammond over the rig link. He insists that he recognizes Chen's voice, that he knows what he's hearing. But Isaac finds the escape pod Chen was in not too far off, covered in, well, people. Whatever came out of the pod was not human. Hammond makes it to the Singularity Core just before Isaac, but a biohazard threat puts the area into lockdown, with the two of them being separated via a shield. Hammond is clearly not doing well. He's speaking as though he's on the Ishimura, and when the infected Chen drops into the room with him, Hammond doesn't immediately fire. He tells Isaac that they need to get Chen back to the Kellyan to help him, and he doesn't listen when Isaac says that that thing isn't Chen anymore. His once friend runs Zach Hammond through, and in a moment of clarity, he remembers that this thing, it really isn't Chen, and he's not going to survive this. So Hammond runs himself and Chen into the Singularity Core, killing them both and ending the biohazard lockdown. Kendra asks why Hammond flatlined, and though she casts suspicion on Hammond, she didn't want him to die here. It's a clear shock that he's gone. Without the Singularity Core in place, the Valor's systems start to break down. The ship is going to blow. Isaac has just a few minutes to backtrack to the exit. Necromorphs that were all over the Valor have dispersed into the Ishimura as well. While that makes Isaac's exit here a bit easier, it will make the halls of the Ishimura just a bit more difficult to get through now. He does clear the Valor before it explodes, just barely. He gets back to the ship via the retracting long-range antenna, and while their losses have been great and the situation ever dire, they at least have that Singularity Core, and a plan to get the hell away from this place. Kendra warns Isaac that the shuttle they're going to be taking is on the crew deck, as is every living unitologist and the marker itself. There's also someone with extremely high clearance moving through the ship. Who would have that sort of ability? The marker's signal will disrupt Kendra's ability to contact and help Isaac, so he'll need to get the deck's override key from the supervisor to reach the shuttle bay. The deck has been turned into a nightmare scene by unitologists. In their madness to join and usher on convergence, dozens of them took their own lives. The deck supervisor was amongst them, though it's unclear if she was a willing participant or if she was murdered. Her keycard will get him past the unitologist blockades throughout the deck, and in the central nexus, voices reach Isaac. They stand before the red marker itself. Jacob Temple, the partner of Elizabeth Cross, confronting Dr. Mercer, telling him that he's done cooperating with them. Temple is stasised into place, just like had been done to Isaac before the Hunter was released. Mercer blames Temple for convergence not taking place, because the mark of a strong man is the inability to accept being wrong, right? Isaac tries to get the doctor's attention away from Temple, tries to ask him to speak of what convergence is, but Mercer barely humors the question. He tells Isaac that he knows what it is, what the marker wants, and after all, doesn't Isaac want to be reunited with all the people that he's lost? If Isaac helped him, they could make the marker's will come to pass. What happened on the Ishimura would just be the beginning. The engineer, of course, fully rejects Mercer's mad request, so the doctor shoots Jacob Temple in the back of the head. He will suffer a slow death in stasis. Mercer hopes that Isaac will face his own end at the hands of the Hunter itself, But after all he's been through and after all the times he's had to face down this creature, it's hardly a struggle to control it and escape the area. In the mess hall, Isaac hears Chen and Haley Johnston talking, ever faintly in the distance. When the marker pulses, he sees the symbols and language of it all over his vision. He hears Chen more distinctly, telling him that Isaac will make everything right, that things will be just like they were. Even the language in his rig changes to that of the marker, and in the lounge, the voice of his father echoes about, wishing that they could speak, telling his son that he's so sorry for everything. The next leg of his journey is simply making it to the shuttle bay, whilst being unable to tell what is and isn't real. A video of Mercer is playing in the body bag-riddled crew quarters common area, his preaching of unitology propaganda and marker nonsense. It's uncomfortable enough to hear until the man starts talking directly to Isaac. He describes him as suffering from mania, delusions, hallucinations, violent behavior, but he asks, what was the last straw for Isaac? Was it the grief or the guilt? Deep down, Isaac knows the truth, what's waiting for him here, what happened to his beloved Nicole, but he still yet refuses to acknowledge it. Clearing tendrils blocking his path takes him through standard, deluxe, and executive crew quarters, and oh, the dirty secrets he comes across. Unitologists were ingrained in every level of command aboard the Ishimura, and complicit until the very end, save a few sorry souls who dared to face reality. Dr. Terrence Kyne tried to rally people against convergence, and in the end, he even tried to rally them against the church, but it was too little, far too late. Within Captain Benjamin Mathias's room, Isaac finds something which he may choose to interact with or walk away from. It's a statue of a marker, small enough to easily rest atop a table, surrounded by 12 lit candles. He places those smaller marker fragment statues that he's found around the ship onto the candles where they seem to belong, and though it's not all 12, he hears whispers, beckoning him to make them whole again. Well, in this case, he will see this little ritual through. He will see what the marker wants him to see. What does he have to lose at this point anyways? He still has to collect a few more supervisor rigs around the ship to create the master override. He'll keep an eye out for more of those small marker statues too. In the chief steward's office, Isaac meets Dr. Terrence Kyne. He hears him first, though, talking to his dead wife Amelia, promising that they'll be made whole. He's happy to see Isaac and warns him that if they take the shuttle and leave the Ishimura, they will be dooming everyone. Kyne believes that when the marker was taken from Aegis 7, it woke up something within the planet itself, what Dr. Mercer called the hive mind. It's a massive creature which telepathically controls the necromorphs. Wherever there is a red marker and potential for a convergence-akin event, a hive mind will form to govern. They need to return the marker, confine everything onto Aegis 7, and, in theory, put the hive mind to rest. If even one necromorph gets onto the ship, reaches a colonized planet, it could mean the end of humanity. He insists that Amelia, his wife, a hallucination of the marker, told him that this was what they needed to do. If this will stop the outbreak, then it is worth the risk. Isaac agrees to aid Kyne in this venture. Rather than flee the Ishimura, they will seek a potential permanent solution on the planet. Kyne will act as a distraction for Mercer for a while to give Isaac some breathing room so that he can get the marker into the shuttle bay. He has to clear some tendrils wrapped around the deck, use a loader to move the marker along, but when it's finally on its way to the loading bay, the last stretch of this journey can begin. After putting the Singularity Core into the executive shuttle and starting up the mandatory hardware installation test, once again, for the last damn time, the Hunter emerges from the vents, which means Dr. Mercer isn't too far off. Kyne could only distract Mercer for so long, and this time Isaac is going to perma this thing. He leads the mindless mass to the back of the shuttle, puts it into temporary stasis, and fires up the engine's test again. The Hunter is completely incinerated. There's nothing left for it to regenerate from now. While Isaac is left holding on for dear life after a tendril latches onto him, poor little Dr. Mercer laments the loss of his Hunter. It's like somebody dropped his birthday cake on the ground. He is quite upset over it, and he begs of the marker to take Isaac and start convergence. There's absolutely intelligence and logic behind what is being done here. The fleshy appendage takes the marker, crushes Dr. Mercer, and pulls Isaac into the vents. God, this man can take one hell of a beating and shake it off via adrenaline. He severs the tendril, but where did it take the marker? Mercer and the hunter being dead is a relief, but they weren't the goal here. Kyne and Kendra both get on the line. The ship is being manhandled by that tendril. It literally ripped the marker through the ship, down into the cargo bay. Almost every major system is now critical. Kendra isn't pleased with Kyne's involvement. She knows that he's a unitologist, and he's technically the one who killed Benjamin Mathias. Isaac informs her of their plan to return the marker to the planet. He asks her to ping Nicole's rig to tell her where to go, and Kendra assures him that she will see it done. After all this, where will her allegiances fall? En route to the cargo bay, Kendra calls again to warn him that the necromorphs he's killed are literally pooling down in the cargo bay to recombine itself around the marker. It's trying to protect it from them, from Isaac. But he's down to tango if it wants a fight. The cargo bay isn't as gross as one might expect, given the pooling of flesh and liquids taking place in the storage area. It's quiet, too. Until he tries to move the marker, then back up necromorphs and whatever is amassing in the cargo bay starts having a wiggle party. And while these things do have intelligence behind them, it's not enough to understand basic ship controls or how doors work. Everything swings, flails, bites, and crushes to achieve its goal, which Isaac Clarke is fully equipped to handle at this point. He has enough firepower to kill anything that comes his way. He gets the marker lifted up into the loading bay, and he, Kendra, and Kyne agree to meet at the flight deck to get the marker loaded into the executive shuttle. Kendra and Isaac both experience intense hallucinations as they all run for the flight deck. She sees her brother, Isaac hears Hammond's voice, and sees the symbols of the marker all over his vision. Kyne picks up Kendra with the shuttle, and the two of them fly in to retrieve the marker and Isaac. He has to get it loaded up manually while Kyne and Kendra wait on board, but this is it. The end of this nightmare. Where is Nicole, though? Didn't she get Kendra's signal? The question isn't allowed to be explored. Kendra shoots Dr. Kyne before Isaac reaches the shuttle. She chose her priority, obeying orders. She commandeers the shuttle for herself and takes off with the marker. This will strand Isaac here, the one who's done all this work, who saved her life time and time again. Kendra does call to explain why she's really here. She's known this entire time that Aegis 7 was a government test and dumping site from a few centuries prior, that it was off limits for a reason. The red marker is a completely man-made object. There's nothing divine or alien about it. The only real alien artifact humanity has ever encountered was found in some crater in Mexico 300 years ago. She explains the reverse engineering of that original marker, some of the testing done on the red markers, and even knowing what this marker has done to people, she's insistent upon taking it back to Earth, reasoning that it has to be contained. Her logic rivals that of a staunch unitologist. Kendra leaves Isaac behind, abandons him on the Ishimura. Nicole calling him is heartening, her face and voice a comfort. He can't give up if she is still here. She asks him to come up to the flight control room. She's waiting for him there. There might be a way out for both of them, but he needs to hurry. This is the second time that he's seen her, but the first time since reaching the Ishimura that he's been within arm's reach of Nicole. She says that she was able to get here because he cleared a way for her. There is still hope for them. She tells Isaac that they can recall the shuttle from here, force Kendra to come back with the marker. Then, the two of them can go to Aegis 7 together and make them whole again. Yeah, Kendra can go to hell. He recalls the shuttle immediately and tells her that someone is going to answer for all of this. Rather than face the music, Kendra takes an escape pod from the shuttle and bails, which at this point is fine. One less potential problem to deal with. Once they take that shuttle and they're away from the Ishimura, there will be no going back. This is Isaac's only chance to leave no regrets behind. And as appealing as it might be, there are still a few mysteries that he needs to solve here. Isaac bravely returns to the halls of the Ishimura for a stroll down memory lane. He first treks through and around the decks of the ship to find all of the supervisor rigs needed to make that coveted master override, which in and of itself requires an immense amount of searching all throughout the ship, but he makes it. It feels like hours of searching and fighting, but he collects every single rig, rushes to the bridge, and crafts that master override. Now he can open any door. To better understand Nicole's experience during the outbreak, Isaac finds clues to and tracks her movements during those early chaotic hours. She was truly a fearless pursuer of truth. When she heard that a creature of some sort was dismembered in engineering, she sought its corpse. She wanted to perform an autopsy. And when she wasn't getting answers or responses from officers, she went to Captain Matthias himself, demanded he record her complaints, and very clearly laid out to the secretive unitologist just how dire things were to the crew. Dead staff, a patient named Brant Harris who couldn't be sedated. She openly stood against the actions of Dr. Chalice Mercer. And when the captain accused her of being a bigot and tried gaslighting her into taking blame for everything, she didn't blink. Her backbone was so firm that the captain avoided discussing things with her. Tracking her movements reveals her temporary alliance with Dr. Kine and all of Dr. Mercer's dirty secrets up into the last moments of Brant Harris's life, before he became the Hunter. It too takes him back to the crew deck where, within a guest consultation room for Dr. Mercer, Isaac is faced with something terrible, something he so deeply regrets, courtesy of the marker signal. He's forced to watch the last video call he had with Nicole, after his mother murdered his father, after unitology took their bodies. In his grief and anger, he lashed out at Nicole, who had been his mother's doctor before she left to work on the Ishimura at Isaac's insistence. He has to face his accusations against her, has to face those awful last words. You might as well have killed them yourself. To right that wrong against the love of his life, what wouldn't he do? He can still hear her voice from that video recording she sent while the Ishimura was falling to infection. Her apologies for everything, wishing she could speak to him again, that she loved him. Isaac continues to tell himself that he can fix this. She wanted to talk to him. He can make things right. Isaac has located all the remaining marker fragments that were missing from Captain Matthias's private quarters, 12 in total, and it will be his last stop before leaving the Ishimura. Placing them back where they belong, a message is delivered. We are whole. You will know. You will see like we see you. That's it, though. Some whispers from the dark delivering a message that makes no sense. But, it's probably fine. Let's not worry about it. Because it's time to get off this ship. Nothing could possibly go wrong now. The run back to the flight deck is uneventful. In fact, it's quiet. Probably the most peaceful stretch of travel that Isaac has had since he got here. And once he's on the shuttle, his beloved Nicole follows, praising him for his deeds and for coming back for her. This is all possible thanks to him. It's time to say goodbye to the Ishimura. Once they're out of the flight deck, Isaac loses time. One moment they're leaving the ship, the next he's looking down on Aegis 7, with a cacophony of voices echoing through his head. Nicole's touch quiets it, and she asks if he's afraid, to which he says no, there's nothing to fear. And the screaming choir returns, robbing him of time once again. A few lapses and several minutes later, he regains himself fully on the surface of the planet, at the now desolate mining colony. They're here to return the marker, to make them whole again. Isaac is fully compliant to the idea. She tells him to get the marker down the loading tracks. It leads straight to the excavation site where the pedestal is. That is their final destination, and then the hive mind will be obedient. As Isaac moves the marker, she will guide him from the colony control room nearby. There are clear signs of violence all over this place. These poor souls never stood a chance, unitologist or otherwise. The marker brought havoc on their minds equally and left this place a ghost town. Isaac does find notes and audio logs, cueing him in on just how bad things here became. It was just like the Ishimura. There are no survivors here, though. Nicole calls to explain the marker signal, the nature of it. It changes and recombines, but there's a haven in its storm, the dead space around the marker itself, where its creations cannot reach. The pedestal will amplify the marker signal, creating a pulse that can cover an entire planet. Isaac is so deep within his desire to have Nicole back to stop all of this that he doesn't stop to question any of it. Why would he ever question Nicole? She loves him too, after all. She calls again after a short while to ask Isaac if he misses the crew, the Kellyan team, which, yes, of course he does. But he knows that the marker saw who they really were, and that it will remember them. He has to make gravity tethers and system repairs to pull the marker through the broken down tracks and muck all over the facility, but it's hardly a challenge at this point. At least until he gets the marker out to the excavation site. It's covered in tendrils, environment-changing flesh, and every necromorph in the area responds to his presence. It's one final rally against him that he literally cuts and hacks his way through. Isaac Clarke succeeds in pulling the red marker through the excavation site and doing what he was told. He restores the red marker to its pedestal, and a pulse so powerful goes out that it brings him to his knees in pain. Nicole walks past unbothered and thanks him for doing this. Now they're whole again. The marker's signal brings down the gravity tethers, keeping the mineral payload dug up by the Ishimura in the atmosphere. It all starts falling back towards the planet. The tethers have to be restarted or everything here is going to be crushed by falling rock. But Kendra Daniels, she didn't flee her mission. When she launched her escape pod, she followed Isaac down to the planet. And she's damn tired of all the marker brain games too. She holds Nicole at gunpoint and orders Isaac to watch Nicole's last video, the one that he kept stopping halfway through, and to this time, watch all the way until the very end. Dozens of times he has seen this, listened to Nicole apologize, wish she could talk to him. It's like a video that one might send to their partner to mend a broken bridge between them, to express love even after a difficult moment. But as ordered, he continues viewing, and she speaks of horrors that he understands now, of the outbreak and convergence. This video was made during the fall of the Ishimura, when death was approaching, and she chose to leave on her own terms, quietly, at peace. And though the recording of one's own death to be sent to a loved one may seem cruel, it was a gift to Isaac. He would know what happened to her. He would know that she went without pain or fear and that she was not coming back. It was the most gracious thing she could have done, given the horrors that were surrounding her. So, the hallucination is broken. He can't pretend that she's alive anymore, so the visage fades away, and it was Elizabeth Cross that he was with the whole time. She saw him as her Jacob, and he saw her as his Nicole. They never spoke to each other. They spoke to their hallucinations. Who knows what Dr. Cross was hearing and seeing the whole time? Isaac accuses Kendra Daniels of having done something here, but she very clearly lays out that Nicole has been dead the whole time, and his denial is what brought him all the way out here. Kendra kills Elizabeth Cross after she refuses to hand over the marker loader with a cold indifference to the act. After all, their brains will never recover from what the marker has done. And once those tethers break and the tectonic load comes crashing back down, all of this will be swept away, buried, problem solved. Isaac takes an adjacent path to Kendra through the hallways of the colony, back to the landing pad that he arrived on. He makes it just in time to intercept her, and she makes it to the shuttle seconds short of safety. Something emerges from the core of the planet. At first, just as tendrils that slap the hell out of Kendra, launching her away from the shuttle. And despite it all, after all this, Isaac still reaches out and tells her to grab his hand, which she complies to, but it's not to be. Kendra Daniels is taken by the creature crawling out of the planet, which is the hive mind itself. Restoring the marker did not put it to sleep. It didn't make it compliant or docile. It is massive, yes, but it's not unkillable, and Isaac calls out that he was shown what to do, and not even this can stop him. About the landing area of this colony bay, Isaac sidesteps and shoots. There's something about this it's almost peaceful. He's not in the tight corridors of the Ishimura or the mining colony. It doesn't focus the sounds around him. There are no engines or machinery filling in the background. It's just Isaac and this beast under an open sky with occasional additions to deal with. And for as great as the hive mind is in size, it's not truly intelligent. It lacks in critical thinking. It doesn't communicate or understand. It's wild and uncontrollable. It acts with a motivation, but it doesn't strategize against Isaac. As a result, he is able to soundly defeat it. Its last-ditch attempt to crush him fails, though it had nigh every advantage in doing so. It's time, finally, to go. The gravity tethers are failing, rocks are cascading from the sky. He leaves the marker on the loading track and he flees Aegis 7 with mere moments to spare. He has a front row seat to the impact of the tectonic load back onto the planet's surface. Everything will be destroyed and buried, even the red marker. At least this outbreak ends here. Remember when Isaac restored the small marker fragments? He collected all 12 of those little statues and delivered them to Captain Matthias's room to complete some macabre ritual there. He was shown something very important. He was shown how to make them whole again. We are whole, you will know, you will see like we see you. All over the shuttle interior, he writes the marker's code, and then sits in the pilot's seat with a carefree smile, speaking to Nicole. Like Kendra said before her death, they would never recover from what the marker had done to them. Isaac Clarke was shown how to build a marker. One bigger, so much more grand than the one at ages 7. Nicole asks if they're going home now, as there's so much to do, and he promises that they will soon. He's going to build something for her. A surprise, but he's sure that she is going to like it. The Ishimura was thrown into and lost in deep space after the Aegis 7 event. The government wasn't able to locate it despite heavy efforts. The red marker wasn't recovered, but it was hoped to be on the Ishimura still, or at least fragments of it. The planet cracker was eventually found by the crew aboard a series of Magpie ships, smaller vessels that worked together to carry out resource gathering rather than one massive ship. And I'm certain you can imagine the slow descent into infection and madness. The marker fragments were found, taken off the ship. One of the crew members contacted EarthGov and told them where the USG Ishimura was. It just turned into a huge mess. But somehow, the military managed to pacify what was on the Ishimura, and it was hauled back to civilization. Isaac, meanwhile, suffered greatly those few years after the events at Aegis 7. He was found by EarthGov, taken into custody, and taken to a space station on one of Saturn's moons called the Sprawl before he could start interacting with other people. Isaac's brain had been imprinted with a self-replicating code by the marker. He was a danger to people around him while conscious, but more immediate was the damage that was being done to him. Isaac had to be sedated, inactive, and memory suppressants were used to prevent his brain from being metaphorically melted by the code. But EarthGov didn't try to help Isaac. They used him. They tortured him. They wanted to build a new marker with the data that Isaac Clarke's brain held. Never mind the absolute bloodbath that had happened on the colony and the Ishimura. They had the audacity to think that they could control it, that they could contain it, utilize it, and create a never-ending source of energy. When he was conscious and aware, he was haunted by memories of what happened on the Ishimura, by the visage of Nicole. Her presence wasn't a comforting one, it was terrifying. She'd been changed into a diabolical hallucination that raged at him, sometimes screaming all of his own worst thoughts back at him. Others, who were susceptible to the marker's influence, were also experimented upon in secret. Amongst them was a man named Nolan Strauss, a former researcher and clandestine investigative agent for EarthGov, who served aboard the USG O'Bannon. He happened to come in contact with one of those marker fragments, and he started to see marker symbols behind his eyes, just like Isaac did. Strauss slowly went mad from the marker's influence. He killed his entire family, and after surviving a necromorph outbreak aboard the USG O'Bannon, he too was taken to the Sprawl for testing, alongside Isaac Clarke. Well, over the course of 3 years, they did build that marker, larger than any construct that came before it. And would it surprise you to know that it backfired spectacularly? Because guess who caught wind of the marker experiments on the Sprawl? That's right, Unitology. A new recruit to the religion was sent to the Sprawl to unwittingly cause a necromorph outbreak. They sabotaged power supplies, communications, opened up walkways between station sectors. This recruit did realize she had been manipulated into creating a disaster and even tried to work with the Sprawl's director, Hans Tideman, to fix it. But they were outwitted by Unitologist operatives at every step. Another Unitologist named Franco, under the command of a church member named Dana Le Guin, made their way through the Sprawl during the outbreak to find who they called Target Zero, Isaac Clarke. Franco made it to the psychiatric wing that Isaac was sedated in and managed to wake him up. He was probably the friendliest face that Isaac had seen in 3 years. He got Isaac up onto his feet and calmly promised to help him, but before this mysterious helper could get Isaac out of his straitjacket, the necromorphs arrived. Franco was slowly torn apart and converted in front of Isaac. From one fresh hell to another for this man, it seems. The woman Franco called Dana yells at Isaac to just run for it, but this isn't his first rodeo. Even out of a long artificial sleep, he knows to bolt. During his escape, the director of the sprawl, Hans Tideman, gets on the station intercom to issue orders for the termination of key subjects, namely Isaac and the other marker experiment victims. They are going to kill them all and then scrub the evidence. Clark finds video footage of at least one other person being questioned and tortured like he was, a man named Nolan Strauss, who saw symbols that whispered to him. He's clearly a broken man, mentally holding on by a thread. But the doctor in the video, Isaac remembers him from his own interrogations, and he's here. The order came down to kill all the key subjects, and that includes Isaac. It's not clear whose blood he's covered in or what events brought him here, but he chooses not to kill Isaac. He frees him from the straitjacket, but promises that there's no escaping what they've done here. No one is getting out of this alive. He directs Isaac towards medical equipment to mend his wounds with, and once the former prisoner is ready to depart, the doctor declares that they're all going to burn for what they did to Isaac, and he slices his own throat. Whether to escape the inevitable or out of madness from the marker, it doesn't matter anymore. Isaac continues on alone, at least now able to use his hands. First on the line for his attention is that woman, Dana Le Guin. She assures Isaac that she is trying to rescue him, and he immediately throws up walls. Because for all he knows, this lady is a unitologist, and this necromorph outbreak is their fault. But no, don't be so suspicious, Isaac. Not everyone here is a bad guy. She promises she can treat Isaac's marker dementia if he can reach her. She will act as his guide through the crumbling sprawl. At times, Isaac can still hear Nicole's voice calling to him. Kendra Daniels was truly correct in saying that they would never recover from the marker's effects. The only way he can deal with attackers right now is by launching things at them via a kinesis attachment he lifts for himself. He finds a poor soul in a surgery theater, his chest still open from an interrupted procedure, calling for help as he cannot free himself from the table, and there are beasts thrashing nearby. Isaac tries to help him, free him, tries to get the plasma cutter used in the operating machinery, but he's not fast enough. He gets his weapon, but he can't save the man. He remembers well the methods he used to kill these things, sever the limbs. From the looks of things around the medical wing, security personnel figured that out eventually too. The deranged patient from that video earlier finds Isaac in the medical reception area, Strauss. He tells Isaac to follow him, but a security barrier falls between them at the damned exit. He introduces himself as patient number 5 and speaks as though he knows Isaac, but, well, Clark has no idea who the hell he is, and he's missed his exit. After a verbal spat with Dana, she redirects him to an alternate route through medical, and it's a rough path. It's a fair ways into this alternate route before he's able to find a suit kiosk, but there he can get armor and has a choice in weaponry to pack. All things that are going to be needed because the sprawl is a nightmare. Dana warns him that he's been here for 3 years, and he can't remember any of it because of the type of marker dementia he's experiencing. Isaac is unique in that the marker imprinted a self-replicating signal onto him, and the longer he's awake, the more at risk he is. He doesn't remember any of it because memory suppressants were used to keep the marker signal broadcast under control. To reach where Dana is guiding him to, Isaac has to go through a huge apartment complex that hasn't completely fallen to infection yet. People are still running through the building, getting hunted down in the hallways. Some are trying to hide in their homes. Patient number 5 has made it here too, and though he sounds and is quite insane, he's honest and not entirely wrong. His memories are starting to come back to him, so perhaps Isaac's will too. The strange man is on his own for now, though Isaac at best seems irritated when he calls. The engineer slowly makes his way through the apartment hallways, unable to help anyone caught in the chaos. He can barely keep himself safe through all of this. These poor souls didn't stand a chance. Dana tells him that a marker was built here on the station because the director, Hans Tideman, wanted to utilize it as an infinite power source. They believed that they could control the effects of the marker. She admits that unitologists are the reason marker containment failed and the outbreak began. Nicole's hauntings will become more powerful the longer he's conscious. There are moments where she's on the screens, her voice is in the static, or she's sitting waiting for him, as real as anything else around her, save the horrific face she screams at him with. He realizes what they are, though, as much as it may hurt. Thankfully, the tram station is mostly intact. He can get to the next plaza quickly, not have to fight his way through the sprawl like he did the Ishimura. He'll have to get creative and bold from time to time, but it's like Isaac Clarke was born for these sorts of situations. He tackles each roadblock with shocking ease and calmness. The guy can even handle combat upside down if need be. He covers a fair distance but doesn't make it to his destination via the tram. It gets a bit derailed partway there. Dana will set his routes for him, but Director Tiedemann is actively tracking Isaac as well. He issued an order for all marker experiments to be destroyed, and Isaac was the prize of that program. He's also the most dangerous out of all of them. One of his top priorities here will be finding Isaac Clarke and having him killed. The sectors he has to trek through bring a sad human side to all of this. It's apartment complexes, shopping areas, entertainment, restaurants. Children, too, were changed by the marker after their deaths, but they're just as dangerous as their adult counterparts, and Isaac has to put them down without hesitation because they can hoard up and overrun him quickly. Dana's pathing takes Isaac through a unitologist recruitment center, but she promises that there's a maintenance tunnel here that will get him where he needs to go. The propaganda being played on a loop throughout this place is enough to test any rational person's patience, but this is a time in humanity where people are desperate for something more than the mostly dour days of life. The prospect of being reunited with a loved one, of a holy afterlife, of death not being the end, is just as appealing in the future as it is today. Those desperate desires for something brighter were preyed upon from the very foundation of the church, and as a result, unitology became frighteningly powerful. Dana wasn't being deceitful about the maintenance access to the church, though. It is a gnarly trip through darkness and gore, but he finds an elevator to the plaza that he's been told to reach. And there are signs of a familiar sort of trouble as soon as he is out of that elevator. Unitologists occupied these housing units, and it became a series of ritual sites. It's just like the Ishimura crew deck, except families and children were involved. Nicole's appearance here is one that he faces, though. He tells whatever it is that they're not Nicole, they're not really here. He has accepted that she is gone. The marker's tactics will have to change to control and harm him. This building is so much quieter than the other residential buildings he went through, but just as damned creepy. It's a testament to the influence of unitology that it could obtain its own private plaza on a major space station for its members and services. For someone like Isaac, who has lost everything because of the church, being here must be enraging. Things are further complicated when Director Tiedemann's soldiers start scouting the plaza outside with gunships. They know that he's here and they're hunting him. Dana's directions lead him into the heart of the worship halls of the plaza. The lies about Michael Altman's life are proudly on display for any and all to hear at the entrance. The poor man's legacy has been bastardized by the church for almost 300 years, and the wealth of unitology is clear to see. The halls are stunning, thanks to the generous donations of its billions of victims. Dana claims that she's guided him here because Tiedemann can't monitor them, due to laws separating church and state. She guilt-trips him into compliance, into agreeing to meet her at the top of the church, even though Isaac knows deep down that this is the last place they should be right now. There are plenty of necromorphs stalking these supposedly holy grounds, and a slew of troubling documents Isaac can read through that detail the indoctrination practices of the church. They had a complex and effective system in place to target vulnerable individuals, to convince them that unitology was the answer to all their problems. If they could find someone's weaknesses during initial interviews, they would exploit them. And if someone was too resistant, they were careful and diplomatic about removing them. His hallucinations escalate while he's here. He experiences Nicole running at him with a syringe, screaming as loud as she can in his face, only to snap out of it and realize that he was the one holding the syringe. Separation of church and state be damned. Director Tiedemann starts jamming comms inside the plaza, which means his men won't be far behind. Isaac makes his way through the church's cryogenic coffin storage, which is just weird. They actually have a crypt here, with hundreds of pods for the most devout of believers. Unfortunately, some of them have de-thawed enough to become necromorphs. I mean, so much for eternal paradise, right? Finally, at the top of the church, where not a drop of blood is to be seen, he meets Dana face to face, and her guards. It finally dawns on him that she's a unitologist, and in true villain fashion, she explains to him precisely why unitology wants him in custody. They knew that he would cooperate if he thought that they had a cure for his worsening dementia. They want him to build more markers, this time for the church, so they can spread convergence to the entire galaxy. Just imagine if instead of monologuing, she had immediately taken him to their shuttle. Well, EarthGov forces track them to the top of the church and they light the room up. Dana and her guards are ripped apart, and Isaac barely makes it out via a maintenance hatch. In the lower levels where Isaac lands, the attention of an especially large necromorph has been obtained. He is being charged from one angle and then shot at by Tideman's ships from the other, only then to be sucked out into space and tossed around like a rag doll by aforementioned necromorph on said EarthGov ship, and then thrown through a thick layer of glass back into the Unitologist Plaza. Well, at least his comms aren't being jammed right now. Patient number 5, Strauss, is able to call Isaac to deliver him hope that it's not over yet. They built the marker, they can tear it down. He's remembering that it's in the government sector. They need to destroy it before their brains turn to pulp. So, sure, why not? Because what's the alternative? While he walks through the ruins of the Unitology residential building, Strauss will call to update Isaac on the things that he's remembering. He remembers they were taken to a machine of sorts for sessions, and while Isaac doesn't remember any sessions in a machine, Strauss is sure that he went through it too. But he tells Isaac that he's lucky to not remember. Then, he starts seeing his son, his little boy, who he himself killed while under the effects of the marker. But after some journeying, at another update call, Strauss starts reciting what sounds like some sort of order of operations, but he can only remember the first step. Step 1, crawl into the dark machine. But Strauss desperately doesn't want to because he thinks his dead wife is in there waiting for him. He's clearly declining much faster than Isaac, and he's not really listening anymore. Isaac tries to tell him to calm down, but Strauss is deep into his hallucinations. After Isaac has made it through the Unitology residential building, Strauss calls again with Step 2. The screws go tight all around. In a shopping area, the ruckus tauntings of a woman clearly in the middle of a fight with necromorphs gets Isaac's attention. She doesn't seem to really need his help, though. She clears them out and then accidentally takes a shot at him too. Well, probably accidentally. She tells the stranger that if he wants to talk, he can do it from there, because she's the only one left from her group, and the last person that offered to help her tried to kill her. But he tries a nicer approach on his second attempt. He offers his name, says that he wants to get to the transport hub to get to the government sector. She offers that her name is Ellie, and that her group was trying to do the same, but she isn't going to work with him. She'll release the door lock when she's on her way, but she wants to be left alone. The Titan Station Elementary School is Isaac's next obstacle, and it's every bit as terrible as one might expect. It's a mixture of innocence with violent ends. The automated schedules are still announcing recess breaks over the comms. There are art projects all over the place, cradles for toddlers to nap in, toys and a playground. All one can do is hope that some of these kiddos made it out on the evac ships. Nicole once again appears to taunt him, turning more aggressive, even outright mocking him. She says things that he thinks of himself, just manifested by the cruelty of that signal. Combine that with how many children here he has to put down, it makes this place one best moved on from as quickly as possible. Surprisingly, Ellie calls him when he's leaving the school, because she has found Strauss, and he's twitchy as hell. There's clearly something wrong with him. But Isaac asks that she doesn't kill him because he needs him alive. She shows that she's not cold-hearted or brutish. She takes pity on Strauss and agrees to walk him down to the travel hub, so long as he minds his manners. The trio briefly meet up in an entertainment square, get to know each other a bit better, and then the lights go out, or rather they were cut, along with life support, under Director Tideman's orders. The public sector has been deemed beyond recovery. No one else is going to be leaving the sprawl. They're left to deal with a horde of necromorphs, and then the new obstacles of navigating this place without power and soon no oxygen. Ellie asks why Tideman is so upset with Isaac, and he lays it all out. Markers are real, there's one in the station, it exists because of information extracted from himself and Strauss, and he wants to destroy it. Strauss is going to tell him how. Since she doesn't have any alternatives for escape now, she'll help him out, albeit as a mostly unwilling participant. Isaac is going to try using the defunct solar arrays on top of the sprawl to power the train stations so that they can have transport. She'll help as much as possible from the inside and take care of Strauss. Isaac's creative thinking and knowledge as an engineer is just as sharp now as it was 3 years ago. The solar array is in rough shape, but with a little elbow grease, he gets things back into working order. Meanwhile, Ellie has her hands full with Strauss. He's loud, he doesn't want to listen, he's clearly frightened, he babbles on about nonsense that she can't understand. So while Isaac is making his way through the bird sanctuary of a man who slowly went mad from the marker signal, she is wrangling an adult man with the attention span of a ferret who could at any second turn violent or give away their position. Tideman interferes, Nicole appears, he has to rip and tear his way through the station, he has to manually align the solar panels outside, but after hours of work, he gets the arrays back online. None too soon, as Ellie and Strauss chance upon thousands of necromorphs clumped up in a part of the sprawl. With the trains powered, they can get away from the hordes and closer to the government sector. Isaac literally shoots himself back down to the sprawl, back where he came from at the transport hub, where Ellie and Strauss are held up. When the three are reunited, with some power restored, an attack from Tideman's men forces them back into the building, straight towards the thousands of necromorphs Ellie and Strauss just fled from, and back to where her entire day started off. She was here with her crew just hours ago, 30 people, who died one by one. Some of them she had to dismember herself to stay alive. Ellie pulls herself together and focuses in extremely fast. It would be easy to give in to panic and despair, but she's able to stay grounded amidst the horror. They try to beat back up at the central hub, through a slew of beasts that simply grow in numbers with time. But like the Ishimura, this place is falling apart. Crews had to fuse doors shut to keep things out, last stands completely destroyed entire systems, and it forces Isaac through an obscure route via the processing plant of the plaza. And Strauss is becoming more worrying. His memories are coming back faster, his madness is heightening, and he wants them both to listen to him, to understand him. Ellie has slowly become more empathetic towards him. She's not holding him at gunpoint or threatening to shoot him. But nice words aren't going to get through to Strauss. There's no reasoning with him right now. And as for Isaac, Nicole's intrusions are increasing as well, and her words cut masterfully. When finally the three are physically in the same room, it's after a lot of death and fear. Strauss is into step 4 in his mutterings and has almost completely shut down. Apparently step 3 involves a needle, and during step 4, she'll be waiting. Isaac is starting to accept that Strauss isn't going to make it. But Ellie ignores the statement. She instead focuses on an industrial transport nearby that they could use instead of the commuter trains. It will get them to the government sector. He needs to deploy it from the gear house for them. This is a stretch of bloody combat that's as gut-wrenching as it is harrowing. Nicole's taunts are relentless and seamlessly cast blame for what happened to her upon him. Isaac's mother, Octavia, killed his father, then herself, right before the events of the Ishimura began, and in his grief his final words to Nicole were, "You might as well have killed them yourself," all after he encouraged her to take the position on the Ishimura in the first place. The words said during these hauntings are in Nicole's voice, but they are his own terrible thoughts manifested by the marker signal. He is able to reach and release the industrial transport shuttle they need. Maybe something is finally going to go right for them. Given their luck, one might expect it to be missing half its engine or half of its hull at this point. He retrieves Ellie and Strauss, who apparently now is being stared at through the hole in someone else's head. When the shuttle is lowered onto its track, set before them is the Ishimura itself. Ellie tells them that everybody on board died because of an attack on it, but he corrects the story quickly and with anger. It's been 3 years since the events on that ship. What is it doing here, and what does the interior look like at this point? Isaac has to clear the tracks for the shuttle. A massive tentacle is wrapped around its doors, reminiscent of the Leviathan from so long ago. A problem easily solved by well-placed explosives, then once again complicated anew by Tideman himself. He calls Isaac to explain himself as though to try to justify himself and his actions, to whose benefit isn't really clear, but he reasons that stopping Isaac is imperative for reasons far bigger than themselves. Under his order, their transport track is destroyed, completely separating the government sector from the rest of the entire station. Which means there goes their way out. The marker, Tideman, everything. But what if they used the Ishimura? It had massive gravity tethers, and if they're still functional, they can use them to snare the government sector and pull it back into their reach. Isaac is going to board the Ishimura, tether that plaza, and then align the tracks just long enough to let Ellie drive the shuttle across it. The halls leading into the planet cracker are covered, coated, and clean. They're restoring it. All the gore was washed away, the organic materials destroyed, the systems fixed. He's clearly shaken from just being here. He can't hide his nervousness over the comms, but he doesn't want to talk about it. This is like walking into the 7th layer of hell. And though cleanup efforts have been robust, there are still signs of what happened here. Blood that hasn't been fully washed out, broken equipment. He finds logs and notes around that indicate the cleaning crew hated this place too. They thought it was cursed. Things would clog up pipes. Some could hear scratching or movement in the walls. It felt like they were being stalked by something. As for the state of the ship itself, there have been significant repairs made to its systems, but all of them are offline. Even the centrifuge is offline for repairs. He's gonna have to make his way through the ship to get things working again, just like old times, right? And Nicole is there at each step to remind him of what took place here and the significant losses that he has suffered. The guy hasn't even had time to process things. He was found, taken into custody, put into medically induced comas for 3 years, given memory blockers. It's almost like he never actually got to leave the Ishimura. This is a direct continuation of a very fresh pain. Things are relatively peaceful for a while, but necromorphs have made their way into the ship, and en route to engineering, they find him. The noise of the conflict is going to attract the attention of everything on this deck, and it'll domino throughout the ship. This is no longer a quiet walk down memory lane. Ellie even calls to alert him that necromorphs are swarming into the Ishimura from the space station. The marker's effect on dead matter was being studied here. EarthGov doctors had figured out that in the presence of a marker, dead tissue reanimated and fundamentally changed. They knew what happened here. They knew what the Aegis 7 marker had done to the crew, yet still they went ahead with recreating it under the delusion of harnessing it as an infinite power source, though how that would work logistically is never actually quantified. That desire has been the undoing of an entire alien race already on Tau Volantis, and next up is humanity. Every scientific discovery made here about the true nature of the marker was actively covered up, and those who knew too much were made very aware that information which stood contrary to the official EarthGov story for the Ishimura would be a personally dangerous thing to release. EarthGov specialists were called in to handle and scrub the situation because you can never be too careful, right? For the second time, Isaac repairs the Ishimura centrifuge. Restoring power to the systems is his first step in getting the government sector back within reach. But the plan is now actively under threat by Strauss as well. His paranoia and fear are turning into aggression against Ellie. Over comms, Isaac hears Strauss attack her with a screwdriver, but it's not like he can turn around and go help her. That would take far too long. There's no way he'd arrive in time to be of aid. She's on her own with Strauss, and he has to keep moving forward. Thankfully, screwdriver attempt number 1 just ended in Strauss biting her. After that, he shut down and he stopped talking. A tram blockage forces him to stop on the medical deck. He has to travel on foot now to reach the tether controls on the bridge. This place is where Nicole died. As soon as he's off the tram, he hears her taunting, angry, bitter reminders of her final hours here. Isaac never even found her body. And medical was the death stage for the cleaning crew when the outbreak began. Necromorphs are flooding inside via a hole in the deck someplace. The lights aren't working properly, doors are jammed or broken. Nicole's hauntings just beat Isaac down, and memories break into reality when he walks past places where traumatic events took place. He makes it to the bridge on foot, though. He cuts his way into the captain's nest and uses the massive gravity tethers of the planet cracker to force the government sector back into place. And Tideman is pissed, which means it's going to become a personal vendetta. Isaac takes an escape pod to the government sector station and is left to helplessly listen as screwdriver attack number 2 takes place. This time, though, Strauss surprised Ellie, and the last thing that Isaac hears is her screaming over the comms, right before his pod crash lands into the government sector, knocking him clean out for God knows how long. But even unconscious, dreams of Nicole and the marker haunt him. Reminders from himself and whatever it is that's tormenting him that he played an unwitting role in her death. When he's back up and online, he's greeted by a call from Ellie, still fighting Strauss, who is about to shove the screwdriver through her eye. He has no idea where they are, how to reach them. He can't help her. Though it's close, it will still take some traveling to reach the proper government section of this previously severed station. He'll need to go up through a mining system to reach it. But Strauss is nearby, which means Ellie may be too. He speaks to Isaac over the tunnel intercom, tells him that he couldn't go through with the steps he kept talking about, because step number 4 was too frightening. He didn't want to face her, his dead wife. He thought that Ellie could do it though, so he enacted step 3 and put a needle in her eye so that she could see. It's not the conversation he would have wanted, but at least Isaac can hope that Ellie survived. If Strauss needed her alive to carry out step 4 in his place, then he wouldn't want to kill her, right? Further into the mine, Isaac finally finds him, separated still yet by a gate, holding a screwdriver with Ellie's eye attached. Next is Isaac's turn for the needle. Ellie isn't done fighting though. She takes the initiative to re-engage with him, this time with a pipe, and starts beating the hell out of Strauss. It's a brawl that Isaac won't get to see, as a security gate falls between them. He has a long ways to go, but a friendly massive tentacle violently escorts him through the mining caverns via the neck and out an airlock to the station exterior. While he's finding his way back in, Ellie calls to inform him that Strauss has run off, but she's alive. He can just worry about himself now. When he finds a way back into the station, she sends him her location and warns that Strauss is looking for him now. And he is motivated. Strauss does hunt Isaac down and attacks with a self-assured aggression that previously would have seemed out of character. Isaac has armor and weaponry, Strauss has a screwdriver. The two have a brief struggle over control for it, but Isaac easily overpowers him and kills him with the tool. Who Strauss was before all this doesn't matter. What was done to him was inhuman, something that no one deserves. How is Isaac going to do this without him, though? He was counting on Strauss from the beginning to know what to do when they reached the marker. Nicole, or whatever she is, presents again to mock what is happening. Isaac tried to ignore her or just tell her off over and over again, but now he's arguing with it, accusing it of forcing him to do things. But she asks why he's so unwilling to come to terms with who she is. She promises that one more time before the end, she will ask him who she is, and he had best be prepared for it. She gives him a few hallways and a brief elevator ride to contemplate the answer, not long enough to fabricate story-fitting logic or to misremember her words. He's given enough time to understand and absorb it before she takes him by the neck and demands that he acknowledge what she is to him. He knows that she's gone, that she's never coming back, that this isn't Nicole. For all he's been through after all this time, yet how little time he's had to process losing her, he admits that she's here because she was his everything. And if he lets go of her, then he has nothing left. She lets go of him and calls this step 4, acceptance. For Strauss, it would have been his wife. It was a step that he couldn't bring himself to take. But Isaac has passed this phase, and now he's ready to end it all. He won't need Strauss when he is standing before the marker. Ellie has patched herself up a bit and made her way to where he will be passing through. While waiting for him, she gets a massive drill up and running. She's gonna get ready to drive this thing while he gets the power back on. By the time he's done, she's essentially hot-wired the thing. Turning it on creates one hell of a racket and draws every necromorph in the tunnels straight to them. But look at the maw on this thing. It cuts its own path through the caverns and eviscerates anything that gets in front of it. The noise of it all makes it hard to tell where hostiles are coming from, but finding this thing was a great stroke of luck. It takes them all the way to the foundation of the government sector, and Ellie is going to get them in the fun way, using the drill. This is it, where they have fought so hard to reach. The marker isn't far now. Ellie is on a lower level and will look around on her own to see what she can find while he finds a way down. It's not long before she has found a gunship in pristine condition. This is their ticket off this station. It is the most hopeful that Ellie has sounded since they met. But he can't leave. Isaac knows what could happen to humanity if that marker isn't destroyed, and he could very well just be a dead man walking. He tells her to go, which she responds to with a tired, "Just get your ass up here." His mind is made up, though. When he reaches the departure hall, Ellie is getting the ship going, so without warning he initiates the door locks and the launch sequence. What he is doing overrides anything that she can do in the pilot's seat, and she demands that he stops it. Despite her objections and name-calling, he doesn't bend, and he flat out tells her that he couldn't save Nicole, but he can save her. There's no changing his mind. He launches her away from the sprawl. She will survive. And for the first time, he just sits and absorbs it all in the quiet. Well, until Nicole appears again. He's vulnerable and finally accepting his and Nicole's fate. He admits that he can't let her go, that he never wanted to, even if she was gone. Part of him wanted this for his own punishment, so that he could at least see her, hear her voice. But he knows that she is the product of the marker's signal and refuses to take her hand. Yet still she begs of him to make us whole. Tiedemann has prepared for his arrival. As soon as Isaac is through the main government sector doors, he is greeted by a wall of soldiers ordering him to surrender. They do not shoot, though. Even when Isaac flees, they continue to demand that he stops and drops his weapons. While he crawls through the vent systems, dozens of soldiers hunt for him through the halls. They're able to track his rig and know that he's alive and nearby, but they can't pinpoint him exactly. There aren't a lot of options here for Isaac, so he kills the power. He'll work in the dark. He's killed countless necromorphs, but he's not about to start shooting human beings randomly. Except taking out the power, it disables the kinetic restraints on the primary doors, and it lets necromorphs into the once secured compound, and a slaughter begins. Tiedemann calls, absolutely enraged that Isaac compromised the safety of this place. If the necromorphs reach the marker, it could spark a convergence event. He and his men must fall back into the marker chamber to defend it, to hold it, and possibly make their last stand. The halls the soldiers were patrolling now are decorated by their own innards. It all happened so incredibly fast. Just a few minutes ago, this place was safe and these men alive. What further complicates things is that the closer the necromorphs are to the marker, the stronger they are. These final hallways are going to be his greatest challenge. But ever at his side, ever faithful, is Nicole. Even if Isaac doesn't want to accept her aid, she offers it. He doesn't know where to go, after all, so she will be his literal navigation to the marker. The carnage here is real and terrible, but Isaac has relative mental peace. Nicole isn't screaming at him, his head doesn't pound, marker codes don't flood his vision. It's not until he's almost to the marker chamber itself does he feel its pulse, but it doesn't overtake him. He asks what it is, and Nicole's voice answers angelically that they're close to the marker. It knows that he's here, and when the time comes, he'll know what to do. Would you believe that, after all this, marker replications are still underway? He finds one being built in the science area of the compound. Perhaps just forgotten, but that's probably giving too much credit to EarthGov. Their obsession with the fantasy of an unlimited power source has resulted in a complete abandonment of logic. But that's also the rub with the markers, isn't it? It's part of its pulse manipulation, and it's worked like a charm. On a bridge, in the interstitial space between the main compound and the marker holding area, Isaac can see that attempts to keep necromorphs away from the marker have failed. They're flooding in through the other bridges. What they're running towards is so far beyond the terror that Isaac could have expected. The marker is larger than a skyscraper. It extends the full height of the government sector. It's pulsating with activity, and necromorphs encompass the dead space around it. When enough of them have gathered, the convergence event will begin. Tiedemann calls to confront him. This time, despair accompanies his rage. This wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't their fault. They had it under control. They were so close to understanding it. He truly believes that humanity could have harnessed the markers, even after knowing what took place at age 7. To accentuate his hopelessness, convergence begins. The end result of convergence is still unknown. The event itself has never been witnessed. No one knows what truly it is, that it's the birth of a dreaded Brethren moon. In complete confusion, Isaac watches the bodies around the marker get swept up around it to be funneled someplace that cannot be seen from here. This will continue until every human on the sprawl is dead and changed, until every necromorph comes here to be a part of it. Nicole gently tells him that it's time. He has to make us whole, which he interprets as stopping the marker. He's led onto the machine that Strauss kept describing, and he remembers that here, the parts of their brains that held the marker codes were activated. But it still leaves the question, how does that threaten the marker? In a moment of faith with Nicole's encouragement, and with no other options anyways, Isaac gets into the machine. Step 1, crawl inside. Step 2, the screws go tight all around. Step 3, stick a needle in your eye. Step 4, she'll be waiting. Nicole promises that she will be waiting for him at the marker. It's not far, he just has to follow the light. These final hallways are simple combat. There are no more EarthGov secrets to uncover, no more mysteries as to how the sprawl fell. There's simply the unknown of what will happen when he's in the dead space of the marker. If he doubts or if he fights the pulses, Nicole chimes in accompanied by pain to tell him that he can't fight it, that this process is a part of letting go, as though the end of this journey will bring him peace and acceptance. All he has to do is make us whole. At the last stretch, he sees her there, waiting for him, with hand outstretched. So too here is Tideman. He's been burned horrifically, is barely still standing, and he twice shoots Isaac with a massive nail gun. He laments that every death here was worth it if it meant understanding the markers. As though this could all be stopped, he vows that he won't let Isaac throw it all away. There's a brief struggle between them, but Tideman is so far gone and torn up that he couldn't possibly overpower Isaac. The engineer shoots the director in the neck, and while he chokes, Isaac walks around to put another bolt through the back of his head. He doesn't have much fight left in him. He knows that this isn't Nicole, but he still wraps his arms around her as though it were. She gently thanks him, and then tells him that it's time to die. You see, for convergence to proceed, the marker's creator must be absorbed. Isaac must be absorbed. His is the last body needed for the birth to begin. This is why the Aegis 7 marker was never triggered, why convergence was denied. It was a mystery that drove Dr. Chalice Mercer to desperate measures. The marker's maker wasn't present at Aegis 7, but here on the sprawl, the maker presented himself, and all it took was the visage of someone he loved to manipulate him into compliance. It preyed off his lost, despair, desperation. The marker was able to read him and know exactly what would be needed to bring him here. Twice now, it has controlled him this way. Strauss said that they could destroy the marker, and that is still true if he can deny the marker his body, if he can destroy the imprinted code on his brain. Within his mind, in a battleground made of that literal code, he fights Nicole. He shoots her, denies her what she wants. If she lays a hand on him, he will be absorbed and it'll all be over. But when she's repelled, the core of his imprint is made vulnerable and he can light it up. It is represented by and beats like a literal heart. It bleeds like flesh when it's hit. Isaac destroys the imprint, destroys the code, which is represented by defeating Nicole and the heart. Its shattering renders the massive man-made marker inert. Convergence is ended. Isaac will no longer be tormented by the marker codes. His have been wiped away. But with the powering down of this marker comes its destruction. It begins to slowly crumble. The sprawl was already doomed. Now the government sector is about to be destroyed. Who knows what sort of chain reaction this will create in the other parts of the station, but Isaac will be at the center of the destruction, and there's no way to escape it now. There simply isn't time. So he just sits down and calmly waits. Emergency broadcasts warn to evacuate, but there's no one else here to hear them. He'll quietly greet whatever may come. There's no point in fighting it anyways. Well, he may have accepted what's happened, but that doesn't mean Ellie has. She calls in with a huge chastisement towards his behavior and an order to get his ass ready because she's crashing in through the roof to pick him up. He doesn't get to have a say in the plan given how full of bad ideas he is, after all. Ellie crashing in through the roof creates gravity failure and a suction towards the top, giving Isaac a chance to build momentum to reach her with. She greets him at the door and pulls him in out of the whipping chaos of the marker chamber, and it's not a moment too soon. They clear the station just in time to watch the entire government sector explode. They actually made it. Isaac relaxes a bit, clearly exhausted and mentally worn down, but alive. And, as though remembering something from a nightmare, he tenses up and slowly looks over at the other seat as though expecting to see a ghost. But all he sees is Ellie, who looks straight at him and asks, "What?" The two of them fled. They went into hiding on Earth's moon in the massive New Horizons lunar colony. And in time, they fell in love. They were able to get Ellie a new eye, but couldn't afford one that matched her natural eye color. Regardless, it made her feel whole again. But Isaac couldn't heal. He was freed from the dementia of the markers, but he kept seeing its language, and sometimes its visions. He had accepted Nicole's death, filled that void in his heart with a new love, but he refused to take steps to mend himself. Ellie encouraged him to get help, to at least try, but he wouldn't. It slowly caused a rift between them, and Ellie decided that she didn't want a life with someone who didn't care enough about her to help himself. She left him, left the New Horizons lunar colony, and eventually landed on a different planet and made a new life, in a place called Haven Prime. Isaac continued to crumble into himself after she left. He didn't take it well. He was alone and completely withdrew from society. Ellie, however, thrived and made a few interesting acquaintances on Haven Prime. A military man named Robert Norton, who she would begin a romantic relationship with, and a married couple, Damara and John Carver. She'd met them at her birthday party and became fast friends with Damara in particular. Dr. Damara Carver was a data archaeologist, meaning she could track down and rebuild information from obscure, obsolete, and redundant systems. John Carver, her husband, was a career soldier with enough PTSD to rival Isaac Clarke, with an additional anger management issue. John was a high-ranking officer once upon a time, and while it's not known specifically what happened, his conduct earned him a demotion back to grunt. The Carvers went on to have a son they named Dylan, but John was a shitty father at best. He was emotionally unavailable, never present, dismissive of Damara's requests that he be at home. She felt like she was raising Dylan alone. John knew that she was right, but like Isaac, he refused to change. He was absorbed in pain that he refused to talk about. No one knew what was wrong with John Carver. He became so devoid of hope that he believed his family would be better off without him around, and tried to take his own life in the bedroom he shared with his wife. Damara walked in on his attempt. He stopped, tried to tell her that it wasn't what it looked like. The only thing that changed afterwards was he just became more distant. The little family eventually ended up moving to a different planet, to a colony named Uxor, where Damara worked as a researcher for EarthGov. Here in the heart of Uxor was a marker, as massive as the one created by Isaac Clarke at the Sprawl. Damara was tasked with uncovering old information related to the markers on behalf of EarthGov, but the more she pieced things together, the more terrifying it all became. She began to understand that huge cover-ups had taken place to conceal the true nature of the markers, dating back hundreds of years. The previous government of Earth, the Sovereign Colonies, had treasure troves of data related to the markers, to an alien species on a planet called Tau Volantis, and some cataclysmic event called Convergence, and she discovered documents detailing a master signal stemming from somewhere near Tau Volantis. And the religion called Unitology was invested in bringing these events to pass out of delusional fervor and refusal to accept anything other than their own false doctrines. Damara was spectacular at uncovering the truth, and it drove her to seek aid outside of EarthGov. She reached out to her friend Ellie Langford and her boyfriend Robert Norton. She wanted to work with them to find what this master signal was. Maybe it was the source of the markers. Maybe if they destroyed it, the markers too would crumble away. But before Ellie and Robert could arrive at Uxor to help Damara, an attack was carried out on the colony. Militant Unitologists. They were more akin to terrorists than a religious group. They launched a missile that destroyed the shielding around the marker, killing many citizens and exposing all within the colony to its effects. A necromorph outbreak quickly began. John Carver was just outside the colony on patrol when it happened. He watched it happen while he was on the phone with Damara, arguing about how neglectful he was being of his own son again. He tried to tell her to run to a bomb shelter, but everything happened in a matter of seconds. John ran to the colony to find his family. He killed his way through necromorphs as though he knew precisely what to expect. He was captured by the Unitologist group that carried out the attack before he could reach his apartment. This group was called the Circle, and it was led by Jacob Danik, a very high-ranking member within the Church of Unitology. They wanted to find the creator or creators of this marker. They would be needing them for something, namely convergence. Danik and his men interrogated John Carver and got jack shit for intel from him. He would have sooner chewed off his own tongue than talked to them. But in his file, they found information about his wife, Dr. Damara Carver. She was one of the researchers they wanted to find and question, and this drove John into a rage. He broke his restraints, started shooting, and breached the perimeter, allowing necromorphs inside the building. It forced Danik and his men to retreat, and John bolted for his home to find Dylan and Damara. What he found were two necromorphs, wearing the faces of his family. Once he realized, John didn't stand in denial. He begged their forgiveness over and over. When they attacked, he put them down. In his mind, he had killed his own family, and he wanted to go with them. Before he pulled the trigger one last time, a woman's voice started coming from a doll on the shelf. They were asking Damara to speak with them. It sounded urgent. John picked up the doll and found a hidden comms device attached to a data stick. The voice on the other end was Ellie Langford. She and Robert Norton were in orbit, hoping to retrieve the data stick. It's what the unitologists were looking for. Carver met Ellie at a meetup point. The two of them made it off the planet on Robert Norton's ship, and John Carver personally vowed to Jacob Danek that business between them wasn't done yet. Aboard Norton's ship, the trio watched a video Damara left on the data stick. She spoke of some of the frightening secrets she had uncovered involving the markers, the importance of keeping it all away from unitology, and her discovery of a master signal. To honor her memory, John signed on to help Ellie and Robert find the signal. Damara's intel led them to an abandoned ship from the Sovereign Colonies era that had been floating dead in space for about 200 years. It was equipped with sensors that could guide them on to where the signal was coming from, but it pointed to a location so far out in the void of space that they would need a special shock point gate to get there. They destroyed the sensors that pointed them to the signal to prevent unitologists from finding it, and they went to a station called Keyhole to find the shock point that they would need. They arrived to find it had completely fallen to necromorph infection. Danek and his men had anticipated their arrival here and set a stage for them. The trio found a few survivals at the Keyhole station who went back to Norton's ship with Ellie to prepare for transport to Tau Volantis on one of their smaller ships. After one hell of a fight, Norton and Carver made it to the command center. They activated the shock point gate, input the coordinates to Tau Volantis, and sent Ellie and the survivors on that little ship through the gate. To prevent Danek and his men from following, they destroyed the shock point gate and fired upon the unitologist ships. They weren't able to outright destroy it, but it gave them a chance to get back onto Norton's ship and away from the area. They knew precisely where Ellie had shocked to, they had the coordinates. It might just take a while to get there, but they would meet her there soon enough. That she was safe and on her way was all that mattered to Robert Norton. But there was a problem, something that he and Ellie had argued about before arriving at the Keyhole station. Damara's data was primarily written in marker language, and they didn't have a translation key. Ellie had offered that her ex, Isaac Clarke, could read it. Norton wanted nothing to do with Isaac, which was understandable, but he set aside his disdain for Clarke, realizing that this mission was bigger than any of them. Norton and Carver traveled to the New Horizons lunar colony to track down Isaac for recruitment, although whether he wanted to be recruited or not didn't really matter. They arrived to find Jacob Danek's face plastered all over the mega screens around the colony. What was meant for advertisements and news had been purchased by Unitology as a way to spread their propaganda to the masses. Danek was blatantly preaching about the end of mankind, the salvation Unitology offered, and the holiness of the markers. And in the home of Isaac Clarke was a hollow, angry man surrounded by his haunted grief who was incapable of even paying his own bills. Was probably a bit of a surprise when John Carver promptly hit and took control of Clarke. And Robert wasted no time in confronting him with what he knew about Isaac. He's a marker expert. He made one. He destroyed two. They have a job for him, and Robert uses Ellie as a means to wrangle him in. And it works like a charm. Though belligerent, Isaac responds to the bait like a starved animal. But, oh, the reason for the rush. Jacob Danek himself has tracked them here and is probably extremely aware that Isaac Clarke is the reason for it. In another bold display of irreverence for human life and society in general, a Unitologist-sanctioned attack is launched on a human colony. The safety of Ellie Langford brings Isaac to heal. He'll help them if it means saving Ellie, or maybe if it means being in the same room as Ellie and being able to, smell her hair, because, well, you'll see. John Carver and Isaac Clarke will be taking this journey together, while Norton will be on comms, making his own movements ahead of them through the city. Their goal is getting to Norton's extraction point, where his ship is waiting for them. They're barely out of Isaac's apartment building before they're found by Danek's men. One of them blows himself to high health to deny them transport, which means Isaac and John will be shooting their way through the city. The extreme aggression surprises Isaac. He loathes Unitology, but a militant group of them? Why are they here? Norton explains that they're here specifically for Isaac, but after all this time, why? They have to go through Dredger Corps offices, which, remember, was the organization originally behind the marker cover-up 300 years ago in Mexico. They have deep, deep ties to unitology, and their offices are littered with corpses. Unitologists have begun systematically slaughtering as many people as they can. Altman be praised. Danik personally meets them at the top of the Dredger Corps building, and rather than immediately delivering a killing blow, the smart thing to do, he decides he wants Isaac to see something. He explains that there are marker test sites all over the major colonies and outposts in this galaxy, because apparently mankind is nothing if not consistently stupid. Well, Danik is going to set this marker free. He triggers a series of explosions that destroy the shielding around the marker, and as one in the know might expect, all the people that the unitologists have been killing start to change. An outbreak begins. Danik fails to kill Isaac. The engineer throws himself down the building, landing on a pile of bodies next to Carver, and the two of them resume their dash towards Norton's extraction point. Now they'll be facing off against unitologists and necromorphs. This outbreak is so new that they're able to watch the dead rise back up, barely yet transformed. The streets and alleys of the New Horizons lunar colony quickly change into mini war zones, and an evacuation order isn't delivered to the populace. Instead, they're ordered to remain indoors and wait. But don't you worry, because help is on the way. The duo repair and commandeer a train with the intention of Norton flying in to grab them. But of course, it somehow turns into a firefight up the length of the entire train while Norton brings hellfire down from above. There seems to be a special sort of sickness within all three of these men that makes them enjoy extremely dangerous situations like this, as though it makes them feel alive again. They thrive in this environment. As soon as they're all on board Norton's ship, they shock away from the moon, leaving what remains of the lunar colony to suffer its terrible fate. Once safe and peaceful, their true temperaments return. John Carver is still deeply grieving the loss of his family and doesn't hide their deaths when Isaac asks about it. Instead, he reminds the engineer that they are not friends, and next time they're fighting for their lives, Isaac needs to try harder, because like it or not, they're going to be joined at the hip from now on. While the two walk to the bridge to speak with Norton, they get a quick debriefing. Ellie and her team have been gone for about 13 days at this point, to an uncharted planet to stop the markers at their source. They've locked onto her beacon and have been shock point traveling for some time now. When Isaac and John are on the bridge, it's time to de-shock. They come out of travel looking at what seems to be a partially destroyed moon. What could have caused that much damage to a moon? But the planet it's orbiting, Tau Volantis, is surrounded with dead ships that have been here for over 200 years. Remember, when the Scenario 5 order came down from the Sovereign Colony's leadership, every single person on and around the planet was killed. No ships were allowed to leave. No one made it out. Tau Volantis held secrets that could cause the extinction of mankind. It had to be contained. But now, the presence of these ships is just confusing, because why would Sovereign Colony ships from over 200 years ago be dumped here? They pick up an active SOS beacon coming from one of the graveyard ships, the Roanoke, and assume that it's Ellie and her team. It makes sense that they would want to be off a smaller ship, and the Roanoke seems to be in remarkably good condition. Maybe they found something. Well, they find something too, a literal minefield. Extreme measures were taken to ensure that nobody got near this planet. A 200-year-old minefield starts tearing Norton's ship to shreds. Parts of the crew are trapped in one of the rooms of the ship, and unwilling to leave them behind, Isaac starts issuing orders. Isaac and John cut the room free from the wreckage of their former ride. It's propelled forward from the exploding ship, and it's all barely brought to a halt before it runs into the Roanoke itself. As is tradition, nothing about this will be easy or work properly the first time through. The interior of the Roanoke has clearly been completely untouched for decades. If Ellie is here, she didn't come in through this way. The ship's design and its technology is quite unlike anything Isaac has ever seen. It's an additional confirmation that the Sovereign Colonies really did dump an entire fleet out here. What too is made clear is that an outbreak took place, at least on the Roanoke. There are ancient blood trails and stains, coffins all over the place. It reeks of what happened on the Ishimura, except John remarks that these were executions. Bloodstains on the wall are head height. And as though that weren't a frightening enough idea to ponder, there are massive security doors engaged, with quarantine written on the outside and handwritten warnings of other things within the ship. Even after 200 years, if just barely, there are husk-like necromorphs able to awaken at their approach. Chunks of long, dried flesh flake off as they start moving, but they're still fast as hell and as lethal as any modern necromorph. Norton and the survivors back in the landing area have to start barricading and shooting down waves of them too. Clark and Carver are able to get the power back on, open up the doors for Norton and the crew, and they all meet in the upper level of the Roanoke where the SOS beacon is signaling from. Well, isn't this a surprise? Ellie and Norton are a couple, and no one thought to maybe mention it to Isaac before now, which makes it just so much more awkward. And if Ellie is going to show that much tit, then why isn't Isaac or John? Equality goes both ways. Don't cover up the women, undress the men, you cowards. She explains to the bewildered, probably embarrassed, and most definitely angry Isaac that the admiral of the ship wrote marker symbols all over the walls of her room. And the data stick that Damara created, it's never mentioned again, don't worry about it. For some reason, Ellie believes that it contains the answers to stopping the markers. Isaac and John are going to move ahead to check it out, and the rest of the gang is going to get someplace safe. She does call while he's in the elevator, standing 2 feet from John, who has to listen to them have a spat over the phone line. Isaac is upset that she moved on. She's upset that Isaac is being Isaac. He blames her for giving up on them. She's upset at Isaac for being Isaac. John stares at the floor. Now it's really not the time for this, guys, given that, the extinction of mankind could take place soon. The way to the Admiral's office is difficult, but it's not nearly the level of the Ishimura or the Sprawl. There's a massive tentacle amalgamation that needs detached from the ship, but other than that, the Roanoke is a walk in the park compared to previous ventures. The Admiral's office does indeed have marker language scribbled on it, and a depiction of a marker made up of pages full of writing, several drawings of markers and machinery. When Isaac sees it, he's mesmerized, like the language speaks to something deeply embedded in his brain. "Turn it off," he says over and over again. The Admiral was obsessed with creating a key that Isaac thinks was to an alien device depicted in her mad scrawling. He reads that it's a machine that could somehow control the markers and that they need to turn it off. That must be their answer. Build a key for this alien machine, turn off the machine, and stop the markers? They believe the Admiral's writings as though they were gospel and question nothing about it. Ellie declares that this is the marker homeworld. These are massive leaps in logic that they're making for being so far out of their own depth on this. Why would marker-impacted humans be shown how to stop them? Hasn't Isaac twice now been fooled into believing that he could stop them by the marker signals? To declare anything as a definitive truth here is hubris or lacking critical thinking, but they could also be so devoid of hope or so desperate for answers that they'll latch on to anything. Meanwhile, Robert Norton has decided that there's no way anyone is going down to that planet. They're going to get a shuttle working and they're all leaving, which flies in the face of all his motivations thus far. Why the sudden change of heart, Norton? Could it be perhaps inconsistent writing? Oh, we're only going to get more spicy about this as we go. You made it this far into the video, you've earned this. Norton calls Isaac on a private channel for a little man-to-man about Ellie, because in his words, she's his now. Because people are property owned by a significant other, and the best way to handle the end of all life is to regularly have dick measuring contests by seeing who can piss the farthest. Norton almost has a moment of critical thinking when he questions why the markers weren't stopped 200 years ago. If all their assumptions and leaps in logic are true, then why is everyone here dead? None of this actually adds up. But his single brain cell loses it when he remembers, oh yeah, my girlfriend's ex is here and touching butts is all that matters, so I better assert dominance like a secure macho, totally thick-skinned alpha bro, go eat shit and die, Isaac Clarke. And God, poor John Carver just has to sit through all of it. There's a tiny two-man shuttle called a skip that John and Isaac will be able to use to get around the different wrecked stations. Should they so desire, there are side missions that they can go on together to piece together the stories of people who died here. Some of them are truly heartbreaking, as when Scenario 5 was ordered, everyone had to be killed, and some fought hard to escape that. Countless people met their end, running to hide on their ships from soldiers hunting them down. Nothing was safe, everyone could be tracked. At one point, John Carver starts hearing his son's voice. It's a topic he refuses to share and discuss with Isaac, But could it be that there's more at play with Robert Norton's strange behavior than bad writing and rampaging hormones? Aboard the CMS Greeley, Isaac learns about somebody named Rosetta. A recording was left which indicated that she needed to be hidden away. Isaac theorizes that if they were trying to hide her away from the execution order, she must have had research that could be related to all of this. The people from 2 centuries ago must have known something that they didn't, which is one of the most obvious statements Isaac Clarke has ever muttered. Of course they did. They ultimately find themselves on the Terra Nova, which, like the Roanoke, is in very good condition. And there may be a ship here still intact enough to get them down to the planet. Or, if Norton has his say, back to civilization. John and Isaac start by just gathering information. There have to be records someplace on the Terra Nova related to the extra ships. And amazingly, some of the systems are still powered. Isaac is able to hack into their systems and find a large shuttle is docked at the back of the station. The Terra Nova is a bit more infested and chaotic than the Roanoke was. It's amazing how much fresh blood there is around here, which is explained deeper into the ship. They were freezing and storing people working on Tau Volantis on the ships. People who went near markers and started to turn violent. They didn't know what to do with them. They didn't understand what was happening. Their only option for handling the sheer number of them was to put them into deep freeze and cryo storage, which some of the crew found to be deeply disturbing. Eventually, these people died due to system failures, they were afflicted by the marker signal, and they changed after death. The ship they've been eyeballing is called the Crozier, and it's not in good condition. They're going to need to get it towed back to the Roanoke so that it can be repaired. Isaac's creative thinking prompts him to create a remote relay which allows the team on the other ship to seize control of the Crozier. It's several time-consuming steps that also somehow involve accidentally setting everything on fire, and John and Isaac have to do some parts scavenging around the debris field, but it's worth the effort. It's decided that they will be going down to Tau Volantis, and Norton surprisingly stays quiet as the crew loads up. He just sits back while Isaac, Ellie, and the crew take primary spots. Would be a real shame if he just existed to be a drama antagonizer. Not only do they have to navigate a dense debris field to reach the planet, but the atmosphere itself is absolute havoc on the rickety hull plating of the Crozier. But once they begin entry, they cannot stop. That would be a death sentence. They have to see the landing through. Stations start exploding, crew taken out by shrapnel, panic sets in, the thrusters go out. When they're through Atmo and careening towards mountain ridges, they clip one so hard that it breaks the ship in half, sending John and Isaac one direction and the rest of the crew another. The duo crash lands high in the mountains, where the freezing cold is nigh unbearable. Without a special suit, Isaac won't survive long away from heat sources. John's soldier suit is already prepared for such climates, so Isaac will have to be a bit more dependent on him for a while. They spot the wreckage from the other half of the Crozier on a far mountain ridge, and while Isaac is nigh obsessed with reaching it because of Ellie, John is not quite so motivated. They are not the goal, the markers are. John Carver is here to honor Damara's wishes, not help Isaac soak his dipstick. His words fall on deaf ears though. Isaac can't not focus on that shuttle no matter what John says, and the only person Isaac calls for is Ellie. And as John had said, when they get there, there's no one to be found, no one living at least. And he reminds the engineer to not get his hopes up. Chances are they're all dead. But oh, how fortunate that while they were all slowly freezing to death in their tank tops, Ellie took the time to make a video for Isaac, explaining that they were going for shelter and she would set out flares for him, and then asks him via the video log to please be alive? Who the hell wrote this? Very quickly, new forms of necromorphs start circling in around them, massive ones that have to be at least 2 centuries old. If Ellie and the crew came through here, they might be contending with a whole new sort of threat too. Thankfully, they pick their trail back up near some pipelines that also have shelter stations where they could warm up. In one of the buildings, they find a member of the crew dying, a man named Buckle. The group had found snowsuits and there weren't enough to go around, so he decided to stay behind. He was deeply injured and didn't think he would make it anyways. He tells them that the others are going to a research facility just up the ridge, and that there might be another snowsuit in the basement that Isaac could wear. The others didn't go down there because they heard noises coming from below. It was too dangerous. Buckle passes away here, having held on as long as he did to tell Isaac what he needed to know. Poor guy. Isaac does need a snowsuit, so he and John delve into the dark basement, where they find some of the ancient crew. Starved, crazed necromorphs that stalk around and scream like wendigos. These creatures came to be because in life, they were so desperate for food that they consumed necromorph flesh, which slowly killed them, and in death they became this. But their eyesight is poor, so Isaac and John can move through the basement quietly and avoid detection if desired. It is a long, hard-fought journey through the underground to find Isaac that suit, but they both come out of it healthy, fully protected from the environment and looking dang good. How the crew made it through these hills relatively unscathed is a mystery, as it seems like these two are getting into trouble at every bend. Even John kinda chastises Isaac at a few points for not watching his footing or paying attention to, gravity. They find the research facility that Buckle told them about, though. The lights are on, so somebody got the power going. Hopefully that means the others are all warm and safe inside. Isaac insists on yelling for Ellie, though, which Carver has to admonish him for. They're already sitting ducks, and he's making it worse by repeatedly yelling for the object of his unhealthy obsession. Because he won't stop, John physically forces Isaac to stop, and he puts a few things into perspective. He isn't here to be Isaac's friend or his helper. He's here for the markers. Isaac's obsession with his ex is obvious to everybody, and he won't allow it to get in the way of their focus here. Isaac's response is a weak one. I know why I'm here. Do you, John? Perhaps he at least acknowledges to himself that his fixation on Ellie is uncomfortable to others. John doesn't know about how Isaac lost Nicole, how he wasn't able to save her, how he's carried that guilt ever since and is desperate to prevent the same thing from happening to Ellie too, just as Isaac doesn't know that John has lost his entire world too. They have a few things in common if they would slow down and talk for a moment, but one of those commonalities is a refusal to do that with anybody. Getting into the facility isn't as easy as opening the door. Their activity has drawn the attention of a massive, spider-like necromorph creature. It takes several devastating shots before retreating, but they sure as hell didn't come close to killing it. They were lucky that it decided to run away from the fight. On the walkway outside the facility, finally Isaac is able to get Ellie on the line. They're all surprised to hear that they're alive. They'd thought Isaac and John were dead after that crash. They all meet up in the command center, with the joyous reunion capped off with a just unnecessarily intimate hug from Ellie to Isaac in front of Norton. Which, at this point, Norton, bro, it's okay to peace out from this dumpster fire. Nobody deserves this, man. It's like Ellie thrives on stoking jealousy, which is not the Ellie that I remember from the sprawl. It's just, who wrote this? It's bad and gross. Thankfully, another of the crew, technician Jennifer Santos, has been focused on what's actually important here and believes she's discovered how they can find the machine the Admiral had written about. 200 years ago, they were working on marker tracking technology. There's equipment on the far end of this complex that they could use to perhaps pinpoint where that alien machine physically is located. And then, they can turn it off. Despite the petty and unnecessary tension in the group, they'll all go together on this one. It's relatively quiet for about 50 feet when a rocket lands dead center between them. Who, oh who, could have the resources, the motivation, and the intel to track them out this far? Cue the militant unitologist sect led by Jacob Danik himself. They have finally arrived. Isaac and John pick them off one at a time as they descend from their ship, taking nearly a dozen of them down before they maybe learn that dropping in on top of these two is a bad idea. Their ship leaves, but there is going to be a fleet of them incoming. They're going to be a very present and persistent danger now. Isaac asks how they could have possibly tracked them all the way out here. It should have been impossible to do. Norton replies that, yeah, well, they did. And that was the end of that mystery. Don't think too much about it. We can't complicate the story with characters who follow through on vital questions, can we? Split once again into two groups, they have to outmaneuver and ditch the militants before they can rally again at the marker tracker. Isaac and John have a much longer and harder path. It actually skirts around the entirety of the compound rather than through it. At its edges, they find the gargantuan corpses of a necromorph unlike anything seen before. Their bodies are angled up as though looking towards the sky, but their bodies frozen within the planet's mass. It's a terrifying and confusing sight. When they're finally just outside the rally point, Isaac calls to give an update to Ellie, and she says that Robert doesn't usually act the way that he has been. He's been unusually aggressive, but Isaac, for some reason, logics that they can just fight it out and eventually one of them will win, whatever the hell that's supposed to imply. The equipment used to detect marker signals was ingenious. The researchers from 200 years ago learned that the larger species of necromorphs were conduits for the marker's signal, and it could broadcast signals to smaller ones. So, they had put their sensors into the nerve clusters of frozen, larger species and used them to trace the signal back to its source. Santos needs them to warm up those nerve clusters so that she can do the same thing. John and Isaac get up onto the roof, reignite the old furnaces built up there, and they get the heat flowing again. Then, more orders from Santos. They're going to need to rebuild the sensors that are going into those nerve clusters. She hands him a blueprint, points them in a general direction, and sends them on their way to gather resources. Santos has been digging deeper into the archives of this place and learned more about the person or being named Rosetta. She believes that they can make a codex which will turn the machine off, but they'll need to know more about Rosetta or her research, as she seemed to be the key to it working. When they're outside, Carver sees something, a woman, bloodied and crying, walking away from them. Damara. Isaac asks if he's okay, and in a soft confusion, John says that there was a woman out there, and maybe they should go take a look. Well, if John can see it, but Isaac can't, then John will take the lead for now. Isaac does ask if he's sure about what he saw, but Carver just focuses on what path she could have taken. At an open yard, he sees Damara again, walking alone and bloodied in the snow, crying and looking behind herself as she walks. Beside the door that she entered, a toy soldier, but John makes no remark about it, even after it's clear that Isaac doesn't see it. During a quiet elevator ride down the building Damara went into, John starts to vividly hallucinate. He hears his son laughing, Damara's face is on the walls with blackened out eyes. He yells at Isaac asking if he's seeing this, but he hears Damara's voice telling him that they see what they want to. Isaac, he doesn't respond. He doesn't say a word. In the tunnel of the complex, there are birthday decorations and hats strewn about, a banner that says Happy Birthday Dylan, another one that says Dad Hates Me. All the while, Isaac sees nothing and doesn't say a word to John. Then come pictures of his family, his son's toys, presents, an audio log of when he was being terrible and lying to Damara after vanishing for 3 days. John yells at Isaac to talk to him, but it's Damara who answers, telling him to keep going. Then he has to listen to one of the darkest moments of his life, when he was going to kill himself in the bedroom he shared with his wife while his family was out. Damara had come home just before he did it, knew what he was doing, and began to break down. Yet he continued to lie to her, saying that he was just thinking, that it was nothing, that he was fine. At a literal birthday party set up for Dylan, while Isaac persists in his silence, Damara tells John that despite what's happened to them all, it's time for him to join the party. If he gave in, gave over to the markers, let himself die, then he could join his family in death. All he has to do is give up, let go. It's an offer that he declines. They clear the facility, John gets closure in what he saw, and the two of them leave together. On the ride out, very suddenly Isaac stands up straight, looks at John, and says, "Are we going to sit here all day? We've been in this elevator for 5 minutes." John tells him no, they're not going to check anything out. They're leaving. Back onto the main mission to collect parts for Santos' blueprint, the duo have to find their way through a blustering snowstorm together. Their path takes them through some barracks where the Scenario 5 instructional video was being looped. They knew that this had taken place. They saw very raw records of it back on the CMS Greeley, the Terra Nova, and the Roanoke. But these instructions are a haunting media to see. They're very calm, blatant, non-compromising orders to hunt and kill humans, to end one's own life for the sake of mankind. It was carried out systematically so that nobody could possibly escape. Through to their objective warehouse, it looks like something was inside, and it got up, decided to leave, and took half the warehouse with it. There are still functional sensor parts scattered around, and Isaac, being the handyman that he is able to piece it all together to build those complex sensor probes that they're going to need for the nerve clusters. The trip back comes packed with another round with Mr. Spider Necromorph, who again flees before they're able to properly kill it. Then more unitologists who are all too happy to kamikaze if it means they'll all be made whole. Robert Norton is done with all this marker nonsense, and Isaac, he just wants to get a unitologist ship and leave. He believes there is no hope for mankind, that their best hope is just surviving, vanishing, getting away from this place. He doesn't seem to care that literally everyone else on this team is opposing him. Well, it turns out that that blueprint created a nasty little harpoon gun alongside the sensors. The scientists from 2 centuries ago used it to launch the sensors into the nerve clusters, which meant literally going inside of it. Even if it is frozen solid, necromorphs are composed of dead and rotting flesh. It's gonna be very nasty in there. Isaac and John use the larger external harpoon guns to latch onto its belly, pry it open, and then in they go. There are some creatures that call the literal carcass of this thing home, which wake up once they start shooting the nerve clusters because it makes the corpse jiggle like jello. They plant sensors into every nerve cluster they can find, and voila! Santos works her magic, and by the time they're back in the cage being lifted out, she's found a concentrated signal under the ice, made up of thousands of markers. And she's found an entrance into the mountain a bit further up. She and Ellie are going to go ahead to set up the climbing gear that they'll need. Norton will make sure that Isaac and John make it out of the cage all right. And who could have seen this coming? A betrayal conveniently timed because the love interest has left the room and no one saw this coming. Norton pulls them all the way back to the safety of the walkway and then refuses to open the door because no door lock has ever been broken with a weapon, and what the hell is kinesis even used for anyway if not for opening doors, you goddamn idiots. While Isaac has his emotional outburst, poor John Carver just stands in the corner, not saying a word, because what do you even say in a situation like that? All spice aside, opening the door is very simple. They literally could have done it as Norton was walking away. They're out of the cage and on Norton's trail about 10 seconds after he leaves the room, and he didn't make it very far at all. Unitologists greet John and Isaac at the exit, and Jacob Danik is amongst them. Seems Norton tried to cut a deal with them. He relayed exactly where they were, how to reach Talvalantis, and in exchange, he was going to get a ship that they could take back home. All they want is Isaac anyways. Danik actually believed that by liberating markers from testing facilities, he was doing holy work. He's so deeply entrenched in his religion that he's incapable of absorbing information that defies it. He would sooner turn violent against and destroy something that questioned Unitology's doctrines. He is possibly the most dangerous man in existence, and he is not letting any of them leave, not even Norton. Isaac and John fight back, of course. They immediately charge Danik and his men, take control of the scene, and while the Unitologists retreat, a special guest arrives, straight from the warehouse they were just in. Seems the frozen necromorph they stuck those sensors into got a little bit too de-thawed and is thrilled to be alive again, so to speak. It's very much akin to the hive mind that Isaac dispatched long ago at Aegis 7, and it functions much the same way too. These creatures broadcast signals to smaller necromorphs, like the hive mind did to all the necromorphs on Aegis 7 and on the Ishimura. Everything goes according to plan, with Isaac, John, and Norton lighting it up, but things go off the rails when it starts inhaling. John and Isaac both get pulled inside the beast, and have you ever wondered what the stomach and anal sphincter of a necromorph looks like? Yeah, me too. The duo shoot its interior enough to upset its stomach. And while, unfortunately, they don't get ejected via its southern passage to Valhalla, they do get vomited back out. The interior shots caused enough damage that, after a few wild swings, the creature falls dead on the cliffside. Norton had believed that Unitologists would kill Isaac, thank him for his aid, and give him a ship. Then he and his love Ellie would fly off into the sunset of deep space to find a place to quietly live out their lives together. Why he actually thought that would happen is confounding, because he knew the reality of this group better than anyone else. He knew that Ellie would resist, that she would never forgive his betrayal. Norton was a lot of things, and apparently stupid was one of them. He shoots at John's feet when he steps forward to speak, and he aims his weapon at Isaac's head. No matter his distress, it's a threat to be taken serious, so Isaac shoots him first, right in the forehead. He of course realizes what he's done. Not only is another crew member gone, but what will Ellie say about this? John pulls it in though. Norton won't be staying dead, they need to move, and when it's time to tell Ellie, Isaac needs to tell her the truth. She and Santos aren't far up the path. Thankfully, they made it through the pass completely oblivious to the inbound unitologists. So Robert's absence is confusing. He was with them. Isaac doesn't try to cover up what happened and just says he didn't make it. Then he tells her the truth, and John backs him up on it completely. Isaac might be emotionally invested in her believing him, but Carver has no stake in it. His words hold weight, and his bluntness cuts through the confusion. Santos is actually more upset than Ellie at the loss of more human life. They've lost so many, and now their leader is gone too. John doesn't soften his edge. If she can't handle it, they'll leave her behind, so better learn to handle it really quick. Isaac, this time, comes in with the backup that John needs. He's a bit more gentle and encouraging towards her to lessen the sting of John's words. They're all getting up this mountain together. He and John use the climbing gear to scale the sheer cliffs, while Ellie and Santos wait at the bottom for a lift to haul them up. Reality starts to hit Ellie after a while, that Robert is dead and it was Isaac that did it. She has some justified outbursts at Isaac over everything he's put her through. It's like all he's cared about since they met was sabotaging their happiness. At the top of the mountain, near a dig site, they find a cargo cage that they can send back down, which comes none too soon, as Mr. Spider Necromorph has started encroaching on them. Ellie is a seasoned shooter at this point, but Santos isn't, so it's a frightening brawl between woman and alien, which the women soundly win. They can at least hang out inside the cage while Isaac and John get up higher to pull them up. By the time they find a winch that can pull Ellie and Santos up the mountain, they're in blizzard territory, where vision is difficult. To keep Santos calm during the long ascent, Isaac tells her to tell him what's on her mind and what their next step is. She focuses on turning off the machine, creating a key the old researchers call the Codex. They'll make the Codex by using the research of that person named Rosetta. At the top of their ride, Santos's fears are made true. The spider necromorph latches onto the cage after Ellie hops off. Santos screams to Isaac for help, and John makes the hard choice. He cuts the cable holding up the cage before the creature breaks everything attached to it and brings the mountainside down. But the time that bought them is squandered when Isaac refuses to budge, instead yelling that he could have saved her. The spider climbs back up, bringing part of the mountain path down, causing John and Isaac to fall into the unknown, leaving Ellie all alone at the top. Time for round 3 with the spider. It's proven to be so persistent and dangerous that they need to deal with it here. They can't risk it pulling down more paths. Next time the fall could be fatal. They work together to lure it into position, use old mining equipment to hold it in place, and they literally rip it in half. Now they can climb again, back up to the top, with no fear of being caught in the open. At the top, Ellie is rebounding hard. Her boyfriend died like a whole hour ago, and she's already pulling the hand-on-chest maneuver, which is code for, hey baby, how you doing, right? She is single and ready to mingle. Norton who? John, however, is not, and thankfully interrupts them before the butt stuff starts. They're here to stop the destruction of humanity, after all, and it seems they've finally arrived at their destination. Isaac and Carver end up having to take the long way around the massive dig site. Ellie managed to get to where she needed to be, and then the ladder somehow broke. Not saying Ellie sabotaged it, but I'm not saying she didn't either. This dig site feels like a small town. There had to have been hundreds of people working here 200 years ago, and it takes a few minutes to notice, but there are inactive markers all over the place up here. Aegis 7 and the Ishimura was one marker. These people had to have found dozens of them in the ice. And with a different angle and a clearer sky, the moon looks strange, doesn't it? Almost flesh-like. What could have caused damage like that? What sort of weapon leaves craters that look like a spine? They pass through a few buildings, and while back outside under the moon, they see ships arriving. Danik and his men have regrouped and tracked them down somehow. Ellie, however, has found the location called Rosetta's lab. Unitologists being here won't matter if they can get to the lab and build that codex without being found out. It is located in the biological lab, which is surprisingly quiet given the chaos they've had to deal with getting here. Ellie was able to safely beat them here and is already working on collecting information. This is Rosetta's lab, but it's also an assembly station. Turns out, Rosetta was cut into pieces and stored in slabs, and it's extremely clear that Rosetta was not human. It's not clear how this is going to help them with the Codex, but John and Isaac are going to need to trek around the other buildings connected to this one and find all the pieces of Rosetta. As soon as they reach the geology labs, Danik gets on the intercom. They've been found, which means militant hostiles are inbound. Jacob Danik is obsessed with being right, with being proven right. He claims to be a man of science and fact, cause and effect, but if presented with the undeniable reality of convergence, would he remain faithful? Would he even be capable of seeing such an event as anything other than righteous? While John and Isaac fight, search, and listen to Danik blather on over the intercom, Ellie pieces together that 200 years ago, they were using Rosetta's literal brain to create a data stream, which was stored in the Codex. Rosetta knew the codes for the marker machine in the mountain. That's how they were going to make a key for it. They find audio recordings from Dr. Earl Serrano, who was pivotal in the Codex program. He discovered that the Codex codes would be rejected by the marker machine if the DNA stored inside of it wasn't pure, meaning a being from Tau Volantis. He discovered that Tau Volantis was a water planet originally. These aliens didn't speak, but they developed a unique language system, composed of sounds via their gills, as a way to communicate with other species that they didn't even know existed. Serrano was also the one who checked out the slabs of Rosetta. He's a man that goes through a natural evolution, who practiced interesting introspection, unlike Danik, who just cannot stop himself from preaching at Isaac and John over the intercom system. When they're done with their searching and back at the biological lab, John suffers another brief hallucination. He sees Damara's face over Isaac's. When it passes, he says that there's something he needs to go check out, and since Isaac is a ride or die, he agrees. He'll tag along as John leads the way. Things are much different this time. Carver doesn't try to hide what he's experiencing anymore, and Isaac is mentally present. John calls his son's name, explains that he's seeing toy soldiers, and the two of them just sort of wander through the facility John was led to, neither of them really sure what they're looking for. On an audio log, Isaac hears the deranged laughter of a man, while John hears his wife, telling him that what happened to them wasn't quick. She explains it in slow detail so he can imagine what they went through. In a hallway, John just stops responding. He grips his head as though something is hurting him, but it's like he can't hear anything. Isaac defends him and holds off waves of necromorphs, not knowing that Carver is trapped within his own mind, in a creation of the marker. He hears his son calling for him. He begs Dylan to just hang on until he gets there. At the end of this hellscape isn't his son, it's a marker. When John regains his senses, he tells Isaac that she wants something from him, that he thinks she wants him to join them or something, which is language that Isaac is very familiar with. But Carver doesn't respond with a longing to be with his family again. He yells a challenge to Damara. He's right here. Come and get him. He's taken away into his own mind again further into the facility, but this time it's Damara's voice that he hears in the scape. She doesn't speak as though she is his wife, though. She taunts him over his family being dead, over his own tragic ideations, but he can join them, just sit on the couch where they've saved a spot for him, an offer he, again, declines. This process is going to kill him if he keeps going. Isaac warns him that he's doing something incredibly dangerous in choosing to interact with the marker signal. But to John, there is no other choice. He has to finish this. He is soon after taken one more time and offered a place with his family. It's time for his sacrifice. Except John isn't in denial about anything, and he has no hope. He can't and won't be controlled by the visage of his wife. He knows that she is gone, he saw what happened to them, and he ended their lives himself. This charade is more of a torture than an offering of unity. This time he shoots and destroys the marker at the end of his hellscape. Like Isaac did to Nicole and the Heart when he fought for his life in the sprawl, John has chosen to stay to fight the markers. He views this as his only reason for being alive, so that he can make his life mean something. In Rosetta's lab, with all the slab pieces collected, it's time to put her back together. As soon as she is in proper order, the system registers that a codex can now be produced. It's really strange that they're only just now realizing that Rosetta is an alien, especially after all those audio logs they found, and the slabs are clearly not human. Just what are we doing here, guys? Starting up the process causes something truly spectacular. They see a vision, the same one Dr. Earl Serrano witnessed 200 years ago. They see this alien species before their world turned to ice. There were hundreds of artificial red markers around a great black marker. These beings, too, were compelled to create copies of the markers. They were compelled to gather around it, and a convergence event began. Isaac saw this process begin on the sprawl, but he didn't see the finale. That changes here. They witnessed the birth of a brethren moon. But before convergence was complete, from the waves came a weapon, something created by the beings of this world that understood and opposed convergence. It froze the moon, froze the entirety of Tau Volantis in place, locked them both in time, trapped in convergence. The truth finally comes to Isaac. He understands. This isn't the marker homeworld, far from it. He knows what the moon truly is. He knows that the machine stopped the event, and that if they were to turn it off, God, they thought they had to turn it off. They would have turned it off. Sounds like precisely what Danik wants. They've been following their trail and are ready to take the prize. Unitologists now hold the key to a galaxy-wide convergence event. Rather than just kill them outright, he again monologues his every intention, and then orders his men to shoot. This delay is all that's needed to, once again, overtake Danik's men. Isaac hits an emergency button to initiate the dumping of a chemical igniter around the room, which soon will start flooding the entire facility. It was a failsafe, should something be created during experiments which needed to be destroyed. It gives the weasel Danik enough time to bolt for the door with the codex, while his soldiers are burned alive. Carver and Isaac are right on his ass, but Danik has jammed the door on his way out. Ellie gets them open via the control booth, not leaving enough time for herself to follow them out. The last Isaac sees of her, she's standing atop Rosetta's resting place, while igniting gas fills the chamber. The two of them share in a brief farewell before they have to close the door. She did this so they could live. Before Isaac can sprawl into a complete meltdown, John intervenes. When Damara died, what kept him going was her legacy and a need to make people responsible pay. He gives that to Isaac. The person who caused all of this is nearby. Don't let this all mean nothing, and there's gas still flooding into the halls. By the time they're off the floor, Isaac is full of the same piss and vinegar that has been fueling John for weeks. Thanks to Santos, they know where the marker machine is, directly below the dig site. They can set their locators to it, and it will find a path in for them. Danik will have done the exact same thing, but to gain a lead, he left his men as roadblocks. Dozens of militant unitologists impede their progress, and the gunfire draws a swarm of necromorphs for additional chaos. Their locators lead them to a massive lift system in the mountains that Sovereign Colony's crews used long ago. It's still fully functional and being used by Danik. They've lost their window to overtake him, but they can still try to give chase using gravity to their advantage. They hook themselves up to the climbing pulleys and leap their way down the mountain face first with reckless abandon for their own safety. At a proper lift, Isaac declares that he understands this is a one-way trip for them. If he's going to die here, he is taking Danik with him. It's a sentiment that John shares. The race to the bottom is pure mayhem, as unitologists fight off necromorphs who attack Isaac and John as well, who are content leaving them all to their own fates to pursue Danik deeper into the mountain. It's like running through an active war zone. But by the time everyone has reached the bottom, Danik is down to only a few men, is desperate for reinforcements, and their pursuers are only a few ladders away. Old audio and video logs from Dr. Earl Serrano fill in the many blanks Isaac had in regards to the moon and convergence, and it relays more information that would have otherwise been impossible to conjure up. The moon is called a brethren moon, and if it is allowed to be born, it will connect to a network of other, elder brethren moons, which will hear its call and know that a feast awaits them. But there is hope. The machine itself, no, not turning it off, the opposite, complete its proper cycle. It failed to carry out its final function, destroying the moon. The Codex will unlock the machine, but it must be reconfigured to do this. Before his death, Serrano laid out the steps necessary along the path to the marker machine. He will guide them from beyond the grave. And soon, they find it. They find ground zero for the convergence event and the machine itself. It's beautiful, horrible, and profound. This is to be the end of their journey. Carver asks Isaac to promise that he will see this through if he doesn't make it. John needs to know that he made a difference, that he did his part, that he honored Damara's work, that he made up for all the bad he had done in his life. He finally tells Isaac that he feels responsible for his family falling apart, guilt for killing Santos. Neither of them have proven to be stable or easy to handle, but they meant well. They both can take comfort in that, even if they didn't end up doing well. Neither of them have or will have time to grieve the people they've lost, but John gives his condolences for the loss of Ellie. Isaac doesn't shut down, deny it, or let it sink in, much like how John handled his pain. He just says, "Me too," and they move on, because Danik is nearby, and they can still catch the bastard. Isaac actually attempts to reason with the man. He calls Danik, and he tells him exactly what the moon is, and what will happen if he turns that machine off. But for being a man of fact and reason, he is emotionally volatile and unwilling to listen to an opposing argument. He has no facts of his own to back up his own beliefs, yet denies Isaac's claims as nothing more than fear-mongering. Catching up to him requires blowing out a blockade and the walkway that it's on, but it's worth the gamble. They close the gap between them, and Isaac can at least get the satisfaction of a hard tackle to knock Danik off his feet. John grabs the Codex while the walkway crumbles, and the two companions take a fall several levels down, ditching Danik and whatever remains of his men. Moving through these alien corridors will require learning how to read the musical language of the Tau Volantis aliens. They had left these notes behind not because it's how they communicated, but for any future species that may find this planet. Dr. Serrano had walked this path 200 years ago. He's able to guide them to the heart of the machine, which is so massive that it's more like a city. With Serrano's help from the past, alongside the musical language of the alien species, the two of them configure points around the heart of the machine. Reaching each one takes a huge amount of traveling, and the necromorph aggression here is staggering. If this is just the heart of the machine, then the entirety of it must span a huge part of the planet itself. How this was all devised, how resistant the Tau Volantis aliens were to the marker, is a tragic mystery. One could even stand to ask if these aliens were from this planet, or if this was an ordained battleground where convergence was intentionally incited in order to safeguard someplace else under the threat of markers. The configuration process requires engaging with technology that, while aesthetically unique, is almost familiar when compared to what humanity developed for their larger machinery and tech. They have to manually force pillars into alignment for power to be restored, then the Codex itself does its magic. The ancient machine responds to the restoration and the input, which catches Danik's attention. He starts calling Isaac, at first telling him to stop what he's doing, and then again he calls to attempt reasoning with him, almost as though pleading. When they've completed the reconfiguration, before they quickly ascend to the control area of the machine, they spot Danik's ship flying ahead of them. They can't do anything without the Codex, but there is going to be trouble ahead. During their flight to the top, Ellie calls Isaac. Against all logic, she made it out of that room full of igniting gas via one of the delivery tubes and was captured by the evil unitologist afterwards. Who could have anticipated hero armor in a universe like this? But there's a damsel in distress, the love interest who must be saved. Remember when Ellie was equally as resourceful and badass as Isaac was on the Sprawl? How she was never relegated to just being a woman that needed saved, who only existed to be a love interest for the men, not once, but twice in the same story? In his final entry, Dr. Earl Serrano speaks of being injured and unable to leave. It's not like he could have anyways, even if he could have walked. Scenario 5 was being carried out. This place was going to be buried. Back then, he had succeeded in creating his own codex, and 2 young soldiers were fighting to bring it to him. But he suspected that they hadn't succeeded, and he was right. The 2 young soldiers were found by General Spencer Mahad and executed. The general deleted the codex and then took his own life, as were his orders. Earl Serrano stayed down here, alone until the very end, hoping that the codex would somehow make it down here so he could see the damned moon finally destroyed. Isaac and John will see that dream completed, right? They make their final climb together to the top of the machine. Where the codex belongs is easy to spot. All they have to do is put it in, and humanity will be saved. Billions of souls are dependent upon their success here. They fight for the future of their species. The weight and importance of that is so much more than any one individual life, right? Before they reach it, Danik emerges with Ellie at gunpoint, demanding the codex. But even Isaac, for as broken as he is, understands that if that machine is turned off, everyone is dead. He can't hand over the codex. And, for some reason, in complete defiance of every bit of logic he seemed capable of, despite his desire to honor Damara's works and wishes, despite the well-understood significance of their mission, John Carver grabs the codex and tosses it to Danik. Don't let it all go dark, as though that's supposed to make any sense in this situation. And can you guess what happens next? Because, oh baby, it gets worse. Danik places the codex into the machine, activate it, which doesn't resume the deep freeze process. It turns off the machine. Danik takes a sharp dose of karma to the chest, finally killing the man. Gravity did what none of these geniuses could do. And while the planet is literally falling in around them, while the moon is resuming its convergence event to complete its birth, John, Ellie, and Isaac take 54 precious seconds to argue about, "You get out of here, but I love you. This is all I have left. Don't come back for me." All the while, the codex and the machine are literally steps away. They could go reprogram it, resume the deep freeze, destroy the moon, maybe even make it off in time. But by the time Isaac and Ellie are done sucking face, saying goodbye, and she's finally stepped away to take a ship off the planet, they're knocked back and the ground beneath them has crumbled away, and they can't reach it. Tau Volantis is being torn apart. Every bit of flesh frozen in the ice will be absorbed into the Brethren moon. And the moment it's completed, it will connect to the network of its other brethren. Isaac and John must run a gauntlet of broken paths and walls to reach the codex. They might not be able to deep freeze the planet, but they can still pull the moon into the center of it and crush it. Oh, if only they could have been 54 seconds faster. There are massive sections broken apart which require daring flights through the debris storm about them. They're flooded by necromorphs that were in the ice. Isaac's helmet is nearly crushed around his head when he takes an explosion right to the chest. It ends with them flying straight towards the maw of the nearly birthed moon and landing right in front of its face, where the codex is conveniently gravitating around. Every second matters here. It might already be too late. The creature may already be calling to its other brethren. But Isaac and John are too damn stubborn to let that cause pause. They start shooting markers into the eyes of the moon. Each eye pop causes the brethren to recoil and scream in clear pain. This being is not stupid, like its necromorph creations. It recognizes these little creatures before it as a threat, and it moves to defend itself. By sending necromorphs to charge them on the platform, it flails its own appendages in an attempt to smash them. But once its eyes are gone, it resorts to something desperate. It knows that these little creatures want the codex. It understands what's happening here. It grabs the codex pedestal and inserts it into its own body to keep it away from John and Isaac. The faint sound of crying can be heard echoing through the arena, as though this were a baby they were fighting and it was afraid, in pain. If the codex is inside the moon, it's stationary, so they can lock onto it with their kinesis modules and drag the codex pedestal through it. This rips the Brethren moon apart from the inside. Isaac drags it all the way up the body, not straight out, tearing apart every innard and organ that it possibly could have had. Finally, their goal is within reach. The two men hobble together to the Codex to resume the destruction sequence. John asks if this really is it. He almost sounds relieved. Isaac confirms it with a nod and assures him that Earth gets it tomorrow. He activates the Codex. The world spinning around him changes to an icy storm. John is pulled away and Isaac soon after follows. But this is peace. It's finally over. He gets to close his eyes for a moment, look at his picture of Ellie, and then lets go of it all. From far away, Ellie watches the spectacle unfold. She watches as the Brethren Moon is pulled into Tau Volantis to be crushed completely. She tries to call them, having the faintest of hopes that maybe they're still alive and all that. But it's crushed when no one answers her call. Gone too is the marker signal. The Brethren Moon has died. There's nothing to create a signal anymore. Every marker of mankind will become inert and convergence an impossibility. They did it. So it's time for her to go home. She inputs coordinates back to EarthGov territory and shocks away. Very self-centered, foolish choices were made which will have consequences. Whether these are the dreams of dying men suffering a new hell while their brains asphyxiate, or whether they're gospel truth experiences taking place in an arbitrary reality isn't clear. But it is to be the last story of these two men who didn't get the heroic, peaceful deaths they worked so hard to achieve. They both awaken in their apartments, confused as to why the other is there, which fades into Tau Volantis, but didn't they die? It doesn't make any sense. And neither of them are grateful for the confusion. More of this place can't mean anything good, and yet more frightening a thought to ponder. Did something keep them alive intentionally and unite them here before death took hold? John is incensed by how little sense this all makes, and that Isaac is willing to just roll with the punches without questioning things too hard kind of agitates him. They have the same weaponry as before, Isaac's head wound is healed, they're in new suits, both are in good health. It just doesn't make sense. They climb out of the cave system they were in, and sure enough, the moon is dead. It's sprawled out on the planet, but to John, it's off course. Why is it all the way off in the distance and not where they landed? Isaac tries to answer away John's questions, but he eventually concedes that maybe they didn't survive. Is this what it's like to be a necromorph? This could all be a hallucination. Maybe they're under the control of something cosmic and grand. How would they even know if they were? The implication that they're necromorphs earns him a tap on the head from Carver because, duh, remember? No moon, no signal, no markers, no necromorphs. It's impossible, right? They decide they'll look for a unitologist ship. There has to be at least one left around here. Except the two don't make it far before something pierces their minds with howls and flashing images of 4 great moons, which shouldn't be possible. What could do something like that? At the next clearing, Isaac sees Norton as a necromorph, while John's vision just distorts, and there are still empowered necromorphs getting up, which shouldn't be possible. Isaac starts to suspect that they didn't actually stop the marker, and that convergence event would have activated every single marker in the galaxy. Ellie is en route to Earth. There could be a necromorph outbreak happening on a galactic scale. The chanting of men catch their attention, saying, "They are hungry, they are coming." Before they reach it, the two are pulled into that marker-created reality within their own minds. It's not the dead Brethren Moon that's causing all of this. It's these. The 7 other Brethren Moon, who were awakened when the Brethren Moon of Tau Volantis was born and connected to the network. They did not stop the convergence event in time. The other Brethren Moon are aware of humanity's existence now. They're hungry, but they don't know how to reach Earth. They want John and Isaac to show them where it is, to make them whole, take them home. Well, shit. John insists that they go to Earth to warn them of what is coming, but Isaac doesn't outright agree. They're missing something about all of this, but he keeps his trepidation to himself, one step at a time. They do find Unitologist survivors, the first of them having complete mental breakdowns, while an audio message loops ordering them all to prepare for final unity. Seems that as soon as Danik died, another amongst them started hearing a voice which showed them the way. Weird how that works in religion. The Unitologists are currently evacuating, so if these two want one of their ships, they need to be quick about it. As they run, they watch ship after ship launch and fly away into the peace of not Tau Volantis. Over comms, they intercept the message of a frightened young pilot asking for help for a response. His co-pilot threw himself into the engine of the ship and now they can't take off. The young man gives his location, still begging for help. That could be their ticket out of here. The other Unitologists they encounter are either panicking or killing themselves, and text logs found on some of the bodies indicate that many of them started to doubt when they understood what convergence actually was. Hallucinations of necromorphs attacking from all sides keep them both on high alert and paranoid. They recognize when something isn't real after the fact, but during the battles, they just can't. It's exhausting. Finally, something goes right though. That Unitologist ship has been left unmanned, and while it doesn't have a functioning shock drive anymore, it just needs refueled, and then they're off into the sunset. They stop at the Terra Nova to search for a solution, or even a ship that they can take for themselves. There's a Unitologist transponder signaling from inside. Maybe they can take off with one of their ships, or find another shock drive. Well, from the look of the Unitologist ship just outside the Terra Nova, the Unitologists have been taking the shock drives out of their ships to keep people from leaving. Finding one is probably going to require direct confrontation with them. The interior of the Terra Nova has been customized to make the Unitologists feel at home. Vague religious threats, blood all over the place, marker writing on the walls. The poor young pilot that Isaac and John heard calling for help on the planet is here, warning anyone who is trying to find a way out that Unitologists have taken a shockpoint drive to the conning tower. They'll have to lift the ship lockdown at the bridge to reach it, but if they can do that, they can take the Terra Nova itself back to Earth. The young man's punishment for this is death. Unitologists are blatantly killing their own. They're stringing each other up in the hallways, putting candles around their bodies. The displays around the ship are in marker language, which raises the question again of what is and isn't real here. There's a gathering of Unitologists in one of the bays, men chanting a prayer together who have replaced their hands with tools to emulate the claws of a necromorph. They've walked in on a ritual. Another of them is about to have his hands removed. The scene changes and flashes to an empty room and then back again, to them being attacked by Unitologists, to them shooting at nothing. When it all fades, the men are gone, but their cut-off hands remain. The aesthetic of hands hanging from ropes will continue to cover the Terra Nova. But can they trust their own eyes? How could this many sets of hands be strewn up? The sermons of an unknown man continue over the intercoms. Bodies suddenly rise to attack and then vanish. There are more gatherings of broken men praying for convergence, who in the flash of an eye change into necromorphs. Isaac openly questions John's plan to go back to Earth now. Is that really the right thing to do? How could they possibly know what the right thing to do here even is? Which Carver blatantly stands against, though not aggressively. It's like Isaac is just confused, losing track of what's important, unsure of himself, so Carver will be the steady reminder that they have to warn Earth about this. They do find a shockpoint drive, where that poor young man had said it would be, resting on something akin to an altar, under a collection of trash made to look like a marker. Touching it sends them both back into that mindscape of the markers, where the seven Brethren Moon look down upon them. It's an arena only escapable through combat, but what are these moons able to see within them when this is happening? They want the location of Earth. Are they prying into their minds, trying to weaken them to get the answers they seek? Isaac declares that they are not going back to Earth. They could just be leading the Brethren Moons there. How many times has he already been manipulated successfully by the markers? 3? 4? If they go back to Earth, they might follow them. And John is having none of it. The two actually start bickering at each other over it, and neither is willing to back down. Isaac wants to destroy the shock drive so nobody can leave. John wants to get the hell out of here. Their fight ends with a vague threat from John, or maybe just an alluded-to promise that he's not letting Isaac destroy that shock drive. As they go, Isaac continues to hear the Brethren Moon speak to him, telling him to complete the ship, to go home, to make them whole. Each time the two argue over it, it gets a little bit more personal. Blame for Ellie's safety, blame for the moon waking up. Isaac threatens to shoot John if he gets in the way, and John promises to drop him if he tries. Their tempers don't settle with time. In fact, when they're out the door to the reactor room, they explode at each other violently. Both seem fine with the other not making it out of this room alive. The lights flash, their line of sight on each other is broken, and then the shooting starts. It's John who takes the first shot at Isaac, but there are multiple Johns, 2, 3, 4 of them shooting at him, teleporting away, yelling at him. His vision is hued like he's in a hallucination, but they just keep shooting at each other. Over and over again, killing one another to win their spat, until they're both pulled into the markerscape in their minds once again, where the 7 Brethren Moon are looking down on them. They're so much closer now, and vow that their network will grow, that new brothers will rise and be made whole. Isaac and John work together to break away from this, to escape, by shooting down markers about the arena. Even if they are a bit spicy at each other, they manage to break through and get out together. But the Brethren Moons tell them that their chance to warn Earth has come and gone. They're hungry, and they are here. John sounds remorseful once he realizes that he didn't hurt Isaac, but that doesn't matter now. If the Brethren Moon were telling the truth, then they knew where Earth was all along, and all of this was just to slow them down, to prevent them from warning Earth. They agree that they need to go home. Who knows how much time has actually lapsed during all of this. But if they can get there first, they can warn Earth and the other colonies around the system. In the reactor room, they insert the shock point drive, overfuel the reactor to cause an overload, kill the heat sinks so it can't vent excess, all with the intention of creating enough energy to send this decrepit old ship back to Earth. The excess fuel starts causing explosions around the reactor, but it doesn't actually explode. John and Isaac ride the waves back to the cockpit of the ship, throw caution to the wind, and turn on the shock drive. Amazingly, it works. The Terra Nova doesn't explode or fall apart. They're stable in their travel, and one short nap later, they make it back home, back to Earth, a sight neither of them thought they would see again. Best of all, the moon and Earth are still both intact. They have beaten the Brethren Moon here. No one with EarthGov responds to their hails for clearance, though. It's just static and noise over the comms. Isaac even tries calling a mining company that he knows would hear them, then Lunar Flight Control. But again, no answers. What comes through is the sounds of muffled screaming. This is the consequence of thousands of choices spanning hundreds of years, the product of greed, ego, of selfishness. The hero doesn't always win. They don't always deserve to win. This wouldn't have been possible without Isaac and John, without the choices they made, without the parts they played. They're helpless now, looking at their world as the Brethren Moon surround it. They are here to enjoy a feast. One rises into the view of the Terra Nova directly before Isaac Clarke and John Carver. It assaults their minds, distorts their vision, and it all goes dark.